Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Friday, March the 12th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Thank you, William. Fine and fine, so you guys can hear me and you can see my screen. All right, what is happening this morning? And let's take a look at some of the movers. Let's see if they're still holding their gaps. CFRX, it was up this morning. Is it holding its gap? Had whatever their announcement was, I think $90 million, a BARDA grant. That was the announcement after hours yesterday. Got up to 969 or so. High in the pre-market was 886, fading a little bit here. And that is CFRX. ENTX, this was a big flyer yesterday, but it pulled all the way back. So look at this one, got up to 788. Closed way down here, trying again. It's up 48%, lots and lots of volume. It's already traded the float. SEAL, S-E-E-L, is it holding? Kind of holding. Pretty aggressive upgrade by BTIG, BTIG, $14 target. A word about FinV, by the way, guys. If you're in the room yesterday, you know, we were all over this one. This is one I actually did hold it. You know, people were asking me if I was going to hold this one overnight or what was I going to do. So, you know, I was in here around the 650 mark. I sold some in this area and I held and really got rewarded briefly. Okay, this gapped up to what, 1177 after hours. As it started to come down, I decided to get out, and luckily I did because it just kept falling and falling and falling. But you know, still was pretty good. I'm a little disappointed it didn't hold this. I was actually really wanting to hold it into today, but I'm also looking at Tiger, T-I-G-R, and it is down also. The other one of the other big China fins, it's down also. So I just think it's got a lot to do with that, not just on its own. MVIS is an earnings play gap. I'm sorry, was it gap down at one point? Yeah, it's a gap up, but it's starting to fade somewhat. It's up to 1630. It's dropped $1 so far. Released earnings after hours. That mauve area right here, that's the after hours reaction, and that's MVIS. See if it can hold over 15 at least. GIGM, I don't think I saw any news for GIGM. And it is fading though, 538, it's dropped $1. I don't think I saw any news on it. BHAT, B-H-A-T. I mean, it's a 20% gap. It's a lot of volume. Another China stock. Again, I don't see any specific news. It might be just that some of the China stocks are running. NLSP. Is it holding? Not bad. A deal with Novartis. It's a low float and it's a Swiss stock. Very low float. So this is, I mean, I don't know where this is going. I think what happened here, this is just, it's on an IPO here. Symbol name change. So, I mean, this could go anywhere. I mean, it's broken free now completely. And it is a low float. Look at the volume already, 16 million. With only 5.7 million in the float. So this is going to trade the float many times today. CCRC. This was active, I think, yesterday. And it is continuing its activity today. Another nice gap up, 11 million or 11%. Relatively low float, 11 million in the float. I think this is I think this news here was something about a merger and maybe it's getting more definite. Good morning, Rob. Making my way down my list, TMBR, Timber, and it did that today, so far anyway, TMBR, down 23%. I don't see any specific news on it. It's just profit taking. I have no idea. I don't see any news on it. I do see the reason for marker being down. MRKR is down. They've done a financing, and the financing is 28 million at $1.75, so it's just a little bit above the financing price. And there's the 200-day moving average, so it's just a little bit below the 200-day moving average also. This is an earnings play. CHPT is an earnings play, and it is down quite a bit, 12%. It's a big float, 126 million in the float. This was an IPO here. This is potentially more than likely the first time it's released earnings. Released after hours yesterday. There's a reaction and continuing that down reaction. Is Timber also an earnings play? I know they've done a financing. I don't see that it's an earnings play. I'm just looking at my headlines here. Anix. Take a look at Anix, ANIX, and see if this is holding. Excuse me, ANIX. Let's see if this is holding. Not bad. It's a European patent for Anix. Relatively low float, 23 million. Evoke. EVOK. That's a gap down, and this is see if I see any reason for it. Don't see any reason for this gap down, but it is gap down below all this. This is not, it's not maybe a lifetime low. No, the lifetime lows are down here, but this has room underneath if it can keep going. And FRSX, this is an EV play. FRSX, they did have some news this morning. Big gap up, got up to 877, just pulled back somewhat. And this is another one of those we don't have float information for whatever reason. My guess is that it's going to be a low float situation. Torch, TRCH. Okay, this is holding the gap. It's up 14%, a lot of volume, 2.8 million shares. And, and the theme is no news. There's no news on this one, but this is an interesting break over 3 now. What sort of room does it have? Yeah, it has room. 374 if you look left on that daily chart. So it does have some room. It's a big float, so it's going to take a bunch to move it or keep moving it. And the last one on my list is POW, and they did do a financing, a nice easy one to remember. 20 million shares at $5. So it is just a little bit above the financing price. Yeah, the SPY is starting to drift lower. We had a big day, especially in the tech sector. Look at the Qs were up, or NAS was up. SPY is now starting to move down somewhat. We'll see what happens when the market opens, of course, but we're almost at an all-time high yesterday. 394.06. What did we get to? Wow, we actually, is that right? We hit 395.65. Yeah, so we actually hit an all-time high in the SPY yesterday. Yeah, I see RIDE is moving down also. I saw that earlier. Yeah, we're gonna have a lot of stocks moving down today, at least to start. Just to give you an idea, here's my gap up list. And here's my gap down list. I'm going to have to expand it to see everything. Yeah, look at this, guys. I think on, what are we on, Friday? Maybe on Tuesday, this was flipped. We had so many ones that were gapping up pre-market. So these are all the ones that gapping down with my filters in place versus the ones gapping up. So So it's not a. I wonder why. It's. I've noticed that with the FRX or FRC, excuse me, FRSX, we don't ever seem to have float information. Yeah, it's Israeli stock. It still doesn't. It shouldn't matter, but it seems to matter. Okay, this one is up in the pre-market. MBII, it is up. It's only up 11% or 12%. Decent volume already, 500,000 shares. I guess if it can take this area out here, the $3 area, then you look left, 339 on the monthly chart. So again, have to wait for the market to open. So it is 9:15. So what I'm going to do right now is do a quick check to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have from briefing.com this morning. And actually not too many of each, so let me get them in here. I'll get the upgrades in first. Ha! Citigroup is upgrading FinV. Little disappointed in that one. I was really hoping it would hold that nice after hours gain and then see if we could have a continuation today because, there's no resistance. It was an all-time high. But just didn't happen. All right, there are some of the upgrades. We'll get the downgrades in now. Just a few more to go. All right, there are some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades from briefing.com this morning. I'm just looking, let's see, Goldman has downgraded a couple of mid-streamers, AM, energy sectors. They've downgraded AM and MMP. Let's take a look if there's any action so far. MMP and AM, a couple of Goldman downgrades. So thank you, Panda. Yeah, I don't know what. Yeah, I don't know. It shouldn't be just because it's an Israeli stock, but I've noticed that for a while though now. Boy, this to me anyway, this seems like a really difficult swing trading environment. We've got some wild swings. Look at Mara. If you thought, well, I mean, it's all to do with Bitcoin, of course, but GBTC, I guess Bitcoin must be down somewhat. There's Mara, there's Riot. Just when you think everything is going to start getting back to those highs. If you're going to swing, I guess you really have to put wide stops. Yeah, you're right. There are the cues right here. So yeah, down, starting to move down. Big level for it to try to hold, I guess, is yesterday's low, or sorry, 2 days ago low, 310 or so. Yeah, that's why I sleep like a baby. No, no big swings. Don't have to really worry too much. And by the way, guys, sleeping like a baby. Don't forget Saturday especially for those of you outside of North America, and I guess certain states and provinces. Remember, clocks go forward on Saturday. I guess technically at 2 in the morning, Sunday morning. So we swing ahead. And I only say that because Monday morning people come in and say, "Hey, where are you?" Yeah, 1 hour. 1 hour. Clocks move ahead an hour. Technically Sunday morning around. I guess it's technically around 2 in the morning. Whatever your time zone is. Look at Annex, guys. This is a really interesting one. 23 million in the float. That's a nice still. It's holding its gap. ANIX. Did have some news. European patent. A price target for an LSP. I don't put price targets, okay? All I do is, I mean, right now, it's in theory, it's a lifetime high. It really isn't. I think this is just a symbol name change where they changed their symbol so it started trading at an LSP back here in January. So, but looking at the chart, so there's really there's no resistance. I mean, the highs in the pre-market were way up here, 681. I just don't put price targets. All I do is look left to see where a stock could stall. I mean, I guess in theory that could be a target, but at this point there's nothing stopping it, so it could go anywhere. I guess it all depends on your stops, PJ. I mean, I would just find it so difficult. You get the right one, yeah, you're the gold. But anyway, it truly is a mindset. Whether or not you want to hold stocks for a certain length of time. Oh, I guess in theory, maybe they've changed their business a little bit. Maybe they're doing something a little bit different, so they want to have a new symbol to more reflect that. Okay, so first of all, SQ, don't use their simulator. Number one, I've never used their simulator. Okay, don't use their simulator. If you're going to use this, if you're going to practice simulated trading, don't sort of make the issue more complex than it has to be. Just use our simulator with our real-time data. No, don't use IB simulator. And then to answer your question, when I trade, my live account within IB, I never seem to have issues filling orders. So. All right, guys, I made you look. Look, GME is up. So again, I'm not gonna no help on this one. It's up 5%, $14. Yeah, I don't think we don't support the IB paper anymore. Once we added our simulator, I mean, again, if you practice, it's using our real time data. So don't. And that's not just directed to you. I mean, just don't complicate the issue, I guess. Well, I thought he was using. I thought he was trying to use IB's paper trading mode. Ah, I see. So you don't have Brokers Plus. Okay. Well, it's progressing, but I have no idea when it's going to be in effect. Oh yeah, when he goes to, yeah, you need a real-time data plan from IB when you want to trade your real money. All right, guys. What time is it? 9:25. So about 5 minutes, a little less than 5 minutes to the open. No, EK, there isn't a way to do that. So the question from our YouTube room was, is there a way to set a price filter in all the channels? I want to see stocks only over $30 only in all my scanners. So the reason you can't do that, EK, hopefully you can hear me. And for anybody else, when you go to our channel, let me just quickly go to our channel bar. So here are these are all the layouts. Okay, these are all layouts, different themed layouts. The thing is that these layouts are for everybody. So when you go into one of them and you make a change, and then you go back, those changes those changes are not permanent. It's going to go back to what it originally was. The reason being is that these channels are for everybody. So the fact that, the question was, I want to see only stocks over $30. The fact that that's what you want may not be what everybody else wants. So again, these channels are for everybody. The only way you can do it is that when you have if you want, you can load the layout and then make your changes and then save the layout, give it another name. You could call it short squeeze 1 or short squeeze 2. Okay, and then you can save it. But when you go back to the channel, yeah, these, and hopefully it makes sense. The changes that you made are not going to be saved because, again, the fact that you want those changes, that's not necessarily what everybody else wants. Okay, does that make sense, EK? All right, for a show. Now, are you new to trade ideas? Are you? Because I just want to pop this in case you are new to trade ideas. And I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. I'm going to pop this in here, the 20 short lessons. Now, I would leave it on moderate, okay, Razak. But I mean, if you want, your time is at 9:28. So very quickly. Okay, and here's where you can pick your AI trade mode, conservative or moderate. Okay. So in the strategy itself, right click, edit, and where it says AI trade mode. But again, if you're going to because you're talking about auto trading now, if you're going to auto trade, do not use real money until you have practiced. Okay? You can turn all these strategies on, use our simulator, and see how it goes. Don't auto trade the AI with your real money until you have practiced using our simulator. And my voice went up a little bit, and that's because I really want to stress that. Just one moment, please, guys. All right, man, FinV is just taking a dive here. FINV, real dive. It's a good thing I didn't wander away from my computer after this little pop after hours. I'm sure Tiger is moving down now too. TIGR. Yeah, they're... All right, everybody, we're going to open in less than 15 seconds. So let's have a great, great end to this trading week. And I should have just briefly mentioned, if you want to follow my watch list, what you see here Click from the toolbar, click on New, and then Channel Bar, and then My Watch List, Barry's Watch List. Remember, everything in there is a layout, so don't click on it until you have saved your layout to the cloud. You can only have one layout loaded at a time. Yeah, we got rid of it because it doesn't really work that well, Razik. Okay. My suggestion is that you leave it on moderate. But first of all, I know you've heard me, but don't practice. Sorry, before you do that, practice in paper trading mode first. Yeah, Panda, I guess it just didn't affect me that much, but I mean, it is what it is. All right, guys, let's see what's happening here. So U.S. Steel is moving a little higher here. It's still nothing earth-shattering or anything, but U.S. Steel. All right, so what is the market doing? So the market is, so the Qs are down, SPY's down, Dow is up just a little bit. "100% agree, the dreamer." Okay, guys, and nothing will happen in these two windows until at least 9:45. All right, that's on purpose. I put a delay on. I usually don't trade until at least 9:45. Try to let things settle down just a little bit. All right, well, we're starting to see some gap down and reversals, depending what the market is doing. There's Alpha is a gap down and reverse, and we have our first halt of the day, and the answer is ENTX. So again, look at this, where it got to yesterday, almost $8, sold all the way down to 460, trying to come back again. And it just got halted. ENTX just got halted. And another one just got, oh, this just resumed. Whatever reason, it was halted early. EXN just resumed. Okay, ENTX, let's see, when is this going to unhalt? Now, I see right now a bid ask of 8.8. I mean, that may not hold, but so we're halted at 665. If that happened, because look at the high yesterday, 788. So if that happens, this could gap above yesterday's high. Could. FNKO gap up and reverse. FNKO. So had some March 11th pre-market. So this was an earnings play yesterday. Right here, look at this action right after hours for FNKO, but now starting to fade. Yeah, I mean, without beating this one to death, I've had IB for over 4 years now. I've never had an issue, but anyway. Well, gap down and go. This is Wish. This was up here yesterday and kind of held after hours, but look at this now. Wish is on the way down. WISH on the way down. All right, with that one, you're going to have to go to the homepage, Baron. I certainly can't help you with that. You're going to have to, maybe somebody's going to have to take a look at your screen, but I'll give you the homepage link. And you're sure they're the same versions? Okay, go to the homepage and maybe start a live chat. Unfortunately, I just can't help you with that. Well, why don't you get them both the same, just to see? And 206. Wow, I mean, where am I at? Help about 206. Why don't you upgrade to a later version? Okay, why don't you upgrade to a later version? I mean, this is a development version, so you don't have access to this, but certainly we have something later than 206. Why don't you try that first? One moment, please. Just the last of my coffee here. Yeah, with that EDU, I looked at that this morning. They must have done a forward split or something. Because this was way, well, the charts reflected it was way up here, so they must have done a forward split. Wow, this is really, yeah, this could be an incredible open, guys, for ENTX. This is now more than a 5-minute halt. This is what I'm talking about. We got halted at 9:34 plus 44 seconds. So the vast majority on a volatility halt, they're halted for 5 minutes. Obviously, this is not going to be a 5-minute halt. Usually, then it's a multiple of 5. So the next one, it could open at 9:44. All right, Priya, I'm sorry, can't do that here, okay? All right, guys, well, we had a couple of early ones from the option scan. Oh, I know. Believe me, I know. All right, so this one showed up also. I'm going to put and you can see it took the. Okay, guys. So yeah, listen. If I'm paying a lot of attention to this, of course, I'm not going to let something that got me $686. Is that possible? I don't think that's possible. Yeah, something screwed up here. Unless this was a carryover, maybe I forgot to delete this or something, but all right, guys. Well, our FinV is alive and kicking again. Will it take out 9? So I don't understand your question, Booney, exactly. You have symbol linking. You can use symbol linking. So I'm not sure I understand your question. Whole idea of the single stock window, when I click on an alert, I want this to be, if you want to save it, if you don't want to have symbol linking. So I'm not sure I understand your question. If you mean the layout of this window, just this window, if you just wanted to see this all the time, then for example, LC, you could duplicate the window, I guess, and then like uncheck the symbol linking and duplicate it so it would always be there, if that's what you're talking about. Not 100% sure. Yeah. Okay. When you right click, okay, but you're sending to a chart. I've never really done that. I mean, that's just a sort of a slower way of doing it. Okay, but there are only two options with our charts, okay? You go to properties, you either have symbol linking checked, or you don't. So when it's checked, that's why all these time frames change. When I click on a symbol, that's why the SPY remains the same. Only two things you can do. Well, you can go to, again, go to our homepage, and that little balloon that pops up, you can always click on that, Sam. Go to our homepage. There are always people there. Yeah, boy, this is interesting. Credit Suisse. There's a huge float, 2 billion in the float. I have no idea how much this could move. I mean, the high yesterday was, and this is from the options play, 1346. So I mean, there is some room for it to move, but it is a massive float. Okay, so left click on the chart, Booney. Left click on the chart, so Trade Ideas knows that's the chart you want. Just left click on it and then just start typing. When you start typing, the change symbol box should pop up, okay? And then click on change or hit return, enter on your keyboard, and that'll change the symbol, okay? So left click the chart, just so it knows it's the active chart, and then literally just start typing. Yeah, it's obvious when you know how to do it. Not obvious if you don't know how to do it. Wow, another winner, guys. 1379, 1411 now from the options plays. And look at this. What do we got here? Looking left, 1428. If it can blast through 1428. Yeah, it's still in development mode, Razak, okay? The calendar is not a fully featured, it's not fully featured yet. Yeah, halted and now halted again, 990 now. And so right at yesterday's high, ENTX. Man, flurry of activity. And you know, it's funny from my options plays, sometimes, you know, we don't get any for several hours, but we had a, you know, bunch of them right off the bat. I haven't even looked at my I haven't even looked at my watch list, see what's happened there. 1622, so what did it do afterwards? Yeah, it got to 1645, nothing fantastic. 420 on the seal. Still hanging in there, guys. I mean, the next high looking left, if we can break through that, 444, this could have a go. I don't understand what you mean by date. Short trade dates, short. I don't understand what you mean by date. Well, I know what dates are, but I don't understand what you're trying to do, Razak. Like from where? If you're talking about our calendar function, it's not working yet, really. Okay, if that's what you're talking about, it's still in development. All right, guys, seal on the move here. Seal. If it takes this out right here, I mean, there's no real resistance. I mean, we have to go back to 2019 March. We have to go back 2 years before we see these levels, and that is for seal. SEEL with a kiss. So what this is in the simulator, guys, okay? This is in the simulator what you're seeing here. I'm going to go over this in a little bit. All right, we have some, get ready, severe rippage for LC from the option scanner. This is what I'm talking about, 1379. Probably you've had more in the option scanner in the first 15 minutes than I've had. I think the total number of scans we've had or alerts we've had this month or this week is probably maybe 15. So this is a very active start to the option scanner. Yeah, I believe it has to be a forward split for EDU. That's all I can think, because yeah, this used to be up in the, but our charts have been adjusted. So I think that's what's happened. Now here's another one on the move here. What is it? GOEV. Interesting, guys. So so tech is down, but look at Dow. Dow is up. SPY's down a little bit. Not getting anything in the new lows. So we're starting to see some of these smaller cap ones move. Yeah, the only one I'm in, I did take the FinV. Again, guys, I don't tell anybody what to buy or sell. If you have this, it's up to you whether or not you're going to take the trade or not. The only one I'm in right here is the FinV. I wish I were in the LC, but I was a little slow on the uptake, so. Yeah, there it goes. Look at FinV. Boy, this is going to be a couple of days now for us, maybe. Let's see if it can keep going, take out that high. They actually had an upgrade this morning. Let's see what Tiger is doing. See if Tiger is kind of dragging it along also. And the answer is yes. So you see how these are trading in tandem? I do not have a stop order, no. I mean, I'm just showing you how you can do something like this, but this is my watch list. I mean, I trade around it. I mean, there are times, I'm looking at the seal now, so if it comes back to 431, I might get interested again. I'm just going to put an alert there. Remembering that 440, my assistant is awake now. All right, there we go. Now, will it take out this high right there? That's the key right there, 444. It takes out that high right there. We might have something that is going to keep going. This is not an options play. However, I'm sorry, it is an options play. It just see at 9:49 it popped in. Man, this has been an active day for that scanner. That's right. my assistant every day. She hasn't come barreling into the room yet. You'll know. Right from the beginning, in stock. Again, when that calendar feature is working, Razak, you'll be able to do that. Okay, it's just not working right now. You know, you could pick on the. Okay, guys, ENTX screaming higher here, taking out that high of yesterday now. Wow. Now ENTX doesn't trade volume or doesn't trade options, so that's why it will not appear in my option scanner. So again, guys, if you're using our simulator, I'm going to go into over the simulator in a little bit. You know, treat it like it's real money. All right. So, you know, you got to pay attention. Watch that P&L. I'm just waiting to see if that FinV can really pop through 9. It's the only one I'm in right now. And I'm sticking an alert. What's the float like? So it's not a super low float for seal, but I'm going to stick an alert at 444. You see where it got to. I mean, it got to 440. And I think if it can pop through 444, then it could maybe go on another run. Guys, keep an eye on NLSP. NLSP is trying to make a new high right now. NLSP, again, doesn't trade options, so it'll not appear in the option scanner. Oh, yeah, look at AMC, guys. AMC on the move here. AMC on the move had earnings such as they were on the 10th after hours. But AMC on the move here. All right, gap down in reverse LX. So this is another one of those China fins, guys. So the China fins are sort of hot right now. I'm just waiting to see if FinV can just pop through that 9 again. And that'll make my day. I have my alert set. In fact, I'll just put it just over $9 and see if it can pop that. All right, my alerts are starting to dry up a little bit here. So there's a gap down and reverse for timber, TMBR, a gap down and reverse now for timber, TMBR. Did they do are they the ones that did a financing? No. Somebody said there was an earnings play. I still don't see it as an earnings play, but anything is possible. Yeah, okay. See, if I'm paying attention, guys, I'm not going to let this happen, okay? That seal is just too erratic. So what I was talking about is I would have exited this probably for a little loss and then waited for a 444 break. Okay, so I'm just going to flatten this right now. So if you're paying, if I'm paying attention to, this is in the simulator. Because I don't think anything is going to happen with this until it takes out that 444. Same with the else. Same with the LC, guys. So at one point it was up $183 in the simulator. It is now down 48. You can't let that happen. I just can't pay enough attention. That's all. Meanwhile, ENTX is just on a mission. This is an all-time high again. It's crazy they had the massive sell-off. I mean, it had a huge pop. Got up to, what, $8 yesterday. Sold all the way off. You closed down here. Another one to gap down, another gap down in reverse for Open. I think Open was an AI alert yesterday. Yes, it was. It wasn't bad. Entry 25.17, exited for $1.46 profit. Let's see if it takes out yesterday's high of 27.19. That's about $1 away. All right, so FinVid, I'm all out of it now, guys. I have my alert set at 9 in case it takes it out later on in the day. And that's the FinV. Okay, guys, sorry, I'm just looking at a couple of alerts here. Well, this one is still interesting. The EDU. Yeah, guys. So I know I say this, but you're on your own trading these ones, the costs and the GMEs. Especially, well, they're both very, but look at costs now, 2.5 million in the float. So just be awfully careful. All right, TCAT, TKAT. What do we have? Looking left, we've got room, guys. Look left on that weekly chart. Same thing, I hope. Yeah, 475. I'm not saying it's going to get there for TCAT, but take a look at TCAT here. So this could turn into my favorite day. A little bit of a gap down and then a recovery. See what the SPY is doing. Why it's my favorite day is that what happens is you get a lot of stock gapping down, because of the overall market. And for no fault of their own, I mean, it's not like they've had bad earnings or bad press even. It's just, moving down with the market. We get a market that moves like this, starts to recover. Doesn't have to be a rocket ship up, just sort of steady. And we're going to see a lot of bounce plays. Is there any? Oh, that's okay. Ben. No, there's no relationship between an alert window and a topless window. I mean, you can. I mean, an alert window. You create an alert window because you want to get a real-time alert for your event. Okay, so when I call it an event, so here are the filters I'm using in that basic new highs and lows. Here are the filters I'm using. So if a stock meets all of these filter requirements and makes a new high or a new low, I get a real-time alert. That's the purpose of an alert window. A topless window is more of a ranking window. So let's just say for argument's sake, you wanted to see the stocks that were up the most for the day. Okay, so you would create a topless window and you could have the column of the change from the close or change from the open and sort on that column, and then you would see the stocks that are up the most for the day. But those stocks don't necessarily have to be making a new high at the time, right? Stock could be up the most, like the most for the day, but it could be dropping. But it's still up, 100% or something, okay? That's the difference between, that's the main reason why people use our topless window versus an alert window. And you can sort on the various columns in a topless window. You might want to see the ones that are up the most in the last 5 minutes, the last 30 minutes, the ones that are close to the high of the day, just things like that. That's what a topless window is used for. But if you're new, this is what I would do, is I would take a look at the 20 short lessons, okay? It actually covers all of that. And don't worry about asking a basic question. That's why we're here. Yeah, we're getting a lot of gap down and reverses now, guys. Another one, Sol, S-O-L, gap down, reversing. VIOT, I'm noticing on my list. VIOT, gap down, reversing. Yeah, that's one of those ones that can be very, yeah, E-Bond's looking good. I mean, it's got what's the next high looking left is 890. So, if it somehow takes out 890, it's very close and gets through 9. I mean, it's got room. It's in play, obviously, right now. But if you're asking me what about it in terms of should I buy it, you know that I'm not going to say that. Well, look at CYH here. This is a nice move here. Over, let's see, what do we see left looking here? So probably going to stall, could stall right around $11. And that's where the CYH. Whew, what a morning already. It's just lots and lots of alerts. And let's see, timber is still reversing, guys. TMBR is still reversing here. Where could it get to? So you look left, and the high looking left is 365 or so. So it's over, just was over 3. It's a very low float. It closed up here, so that's why it's it's still down for the day, but it is trying to recover somewhat. Yeah, I noticed AVEO, was up a little bit this morning. Popped up a little bit, but still fading. It takes out yesterday's low. I'm going to stick an alert right there. 11 looks like I'm going to stick an alert at 1171. That's yesterday's low, and this could just keep fading again. That's AVEO. Yeah, I noticed that. A $14 target. It was pretty aggressive. I mean, that's obviously the reason why it had the pop. And we have so this just resumed. ENTX just resumed, so it got halted on the way down. All right. Well, unfortunately, now we're starting to get a red bar on. Well, only unfortunate if you're trying to play, bounces, things that had gapped down and now are bouncing. But now we're getting a red bar on the 15-minute chart for the SPY. Let's take a look at it a little more closely and see what's happening. Now, guys, there's AVEO. I mean, it's right at that level. AVEO, almost at the low of yesterday. Low of yesterday was 1182. This is just fading again. It was modestly up this morning. Well, modestly. It was actually up to $14. And now it's dropped down to 12. It was okay. I wouldn't call it a great trade for me for the FinV. You know, it was would have been better if it really popped through 9. But after hours, yeah, yesterday it was a great trade, and you know, held it. Luckily, got out of it right around here, 11:14, as it was starting to cascade down. Yeah, it's not a huge, it's not a low float either. 96 million in the float for E-bond, not a low float. So far, it's an ugly day for the AI. AI will really struggle in a day where it kind of chops, when the market chops. You get into like a long play, looks good, and then the market does this and starts to move down. So just be aware of that. All right, so AFA is not doing too badly. AFA, APHA, it was a gap down in reverse. It's kind of holding. I mean, pretty choppy on the 2. And I mean, look, you see all these bottoming tails and all these different time frames. I mean, again, it's somewhat good news if you're looking for a bounce, because again, the sellers were trying to knock it down, and then the buyers close it here, sellers knock it down again. So when you see, bottoming tails, remember what that designates, what that means. So now looking left on that daily chart, 1986 is the high. Next high looking left, but not like a ton of room. CYH isn't bad, but again, you look left and it's got all that maybe resistance on the daily chart right around 11. So may not have enough room left. If it can ever, but on a longer term play, I mean, look at the room it's got for CYH. But guys, look at the market now. Now it is starting to fall somewhat. Let's take a look at the Qs. Yeah, so the Q is sort of, very choppy. See, little pop here, but now dropping. So any tech plays you're in that are not alpha stocks, in other words, really kind of trading on their own because they've got specific news, you're probably not going to do very well right now in any tech play. Let's take a look at the sectors, guys. So, yeah, look at this. I mean, look at the airlines. There's the airline ETF. So the airlines, probably, I haven't looked at any specific airlines today, but my guess is most of them are up, with the hope that, we'll get more and more passengers. Let's take a look at AAL, just as an example. I'm sure there must be all up. So there's jets, consumer staples. Retail, again, is pretty strong. XRT. Regional bank. And at the bottom end, yeah, look at this. We've had, energy has been kind of leading the charge for the last little while, but here are the some of the energy ETFs right at the bottom. XME, that's metals and mining, but OIH, XOP, XLE is probably just barely positive. So kind of a mixed bag, when you look at it. You got some yellow. Anything blue means it's up from yesterday's close. So one of the things is if you're going to get into, for instance, if you looked at a retail stock, you didn't see XRT, but you were looking at a retail stock and you thought, I wonder if I should take that one. It looks pretty good. Well, take a look at the sector. Sector is doing well. So at least you're trading with the sector. And that spider sector list is something I'm sharing. I'm going to, what time is it? Give me another 5 minutes and I'm going to talk about all the scans that I'm sharing. And of course, more information. Oh, guys, there's AVEO on the way down now. I tried to get it. I tried to get it on the short, and it went down too quickly. Wow, look at it go now. I'm talking about the AVEO. It may bounce or something, but I tried to get it at, I think it was 1168, and it immediately just moved down off that. Well, you know what? I'm going to get into my spiel. I usually wait till about 10:30, but I'm going to do it right now. All right, well, first of all, if you're new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format, Mondays to Fridays between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time, sharing my screen and live on the mic. And now I will direct your attention to my homepage. On my homepage, a lot of information. Just popping that link into our YouTube room. So in the main trading room, as I call this, you can click on my homepage tab. It should be somewhere at the top. You might have to scroll up to the top, but you find my homepage tab right there. You click on it, and here's the link right here. When you click on my link, this is what you'll see. So here, if you want to take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, this is the promo code you can use, Barry for Alpha. 15% off the first month only, or the entire year. Let's see how much Trade Ideas cost. You click on Get Trade Ideas. We have 4 plans. All right, we have 4 plans. Let me expand this just a little bit here. Okay, 4 plans. We have a premium and standard for annual and monthly, okay? There. So let's take a look at the most expensive would be the premium annual, and that is $22.68 a year minus that 15%. The standard is $10.68 a year minus the 15%. The big difference between premium and standard is the AI. That is the main reason. There are some other differences, but that's the main reason why people want to take a look at our premium service. I'm going to go over the AI in a bit. You don't have to have an annual plan. If you want to go month to month, that's fine. 118 or 228. Less the 15%, but listen carefully, that 15% discount is only good for the first month. Okay? So those are the plans that we have. On my homepage, you can also sign up for the Trade of the Week. I think the link was broken yesterday, but it should be fixed now. Trade of the Week is right here. You can sign up for it. It gets sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a recap video. You can sign up for it here. And here are all the scans, guys. Here's my scan section. Excuse me. So the layout that you see, the one I'm sharing, is available here. Click for Barry's layout. Now remember, it's a layout, so before you do that, make sure you save your layout to the cloud first, okay? You can only have one layout loaded at a time. Sharing a lot of other scans here, including the moving higher with unusually strong options. Here she is. You guys can probably hear her in the background. Just a minute. Okay, so here are all the scans I'm sharing. People ask what do I use in the pre-market? This is what I use in the pre-market. The gap up and down shared and the pre-market actives up and down. Don't worry why it's called shared. It's just the way I was naming it earlier. But these four, gap up and down and pre-market actives up and down. These are the four scans that I use in the pre-market. We have an education link right here. If you click on the education link, I think this is a really important one. The 20 lessons link, I'm going to put that link on its own into the room because I think it's really important for anybody starting out with trade ideas to take a look at that one. And let me just get that into the room. Okay, when you click on that link, this is what you're going to see. All the basic features of trade ideas. Come on. All the basic features of trade ideas explained. You know, what is a top list, building one, an alert window, creating one, etc. Okay, it's all text-based. It will not take you 20 days to do it. So please, if you're brand new to trade ideas, before you do anything else, take a look at this. If you don't have trade ideas, of course, you can look at it also, just to get an idea about what are some of the basic features that we have. Daily support sessions. So between 12 and 1 of the other traders takes over the YouTube room between 12 and 1. That's when I take a break. And I'll pop that link in, and you can head over there while I'm on a break if that's what you want to do. Pop that link in before I take my break. Today it is Andy. Those of you familiar with Andy, he'll be taking over between 12 and 1. And daily webinars. So they are Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. You can sign up for them all right here. Educational videos. We have a lot of educational videos here. And I love this one, the Back to Basics. If you are brand new, and I mean brand new to trading, you know, I would encourage you to watch these little videos. I mean, literally brand new. What is a stock? Okay. So it takes you right from like really the absolute basics of trading. Okay, so a lot of information is on my home page. So you can always save that link, you know, because you might want to take a look at these. You might want to take a look at my scans, all those videos. So you might want to just save my link. And the link is up here, Barry's home page. You click on it, and this is what you'll see. Okay, this is what you'll get. All right, now I want to talk about trade ideas in general. Never used to do that, but people used to say, well, I'm in this room, but I don't know what trade ideas is. So you have to put up with me every day, go over a little bit of a spiel about what trade ideas is. We are a scanner. That's what we do. We scan. I'm going to show you how we create the scans, but the other question I get all the time is, well, I have this broker. Can I use trade ideas with my broker? We're a scanner. It doesn't matter who your broker is. You can use our scanner. It's got nothing to do with who your broker is. Okay? This is a scan I created called Basic New Highs and Lows. Very simple scan I put together. I'm sharing it. I'll just show you what I've done. This is a scan. This is what I like to see. You know, stock. So here are the filters I'm using. Stocks price between 1 and 20. Just a second. 1 and 20. Current volume is 4, which means the current volume ratio is 4. That means it's trading at least 4 times normal, etc. Here are all the other filters I'm using. It doesn't really matter. You know, I'm not going to go, it doesn't really matter my going over them. Just understand that you can create your own scan using the filters. These are the filters that I'm using, so that if a stock meets these filter requirements and makes a new high or a new low, I get a real-time alert. That's why I'm seeing these stocks. Okay, that's the reason. So we are a scanner, but you don't have to learn a programming language to put scans together. Just give me a moment here. Okay, you don't have to learn a programming language. What we did was we created a lot of different alerts. I mean, I'm using typically just the new high, new low alerts, but there are a lot of different alerts that you can use. I'm not going to go over them all, but these are all the different alerts that you can use. And then here are the filters. When you see this icon, these icons, these are the filters you can use. So I would say for the vast majority of our subscribers, with the number of alerts that we have and number of filters that we have, you can create your own scan to see things that you want to see. Okay? So again, you don't have to learn a programming language to use trade ideas. Before I talk about this this window that you see here called Brokerage Plus, I know you guys know what I'm doing. So before I talk about Brokerage Plus, this window you see here, I want to talk about our AI. So this is what the AI is all about. We have what we call 70 to 75 baseline strategies. When the market closes, the AI gets to work on an optimization routine for those strategies. That's what happened last night when the market closed. These are the strategies that made the cut out of those 75. I wouldn't worry too much about why these strategies made the cut. I wouldn't worry at all even what they're called. I wouldn't worry about whether it's Holy Grail 2.0 or Neil. Okay? My recommendation is to do this. All you should really care about is what are the alerts that I'm going to get from these strategies that made the cut today. To see those alerts, you need our premium service. You click on new, File, New, from our toolbar, and click on AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. When you do that, this is the window that will pop up. Obviously, not having a great day to start, but it could turn around. I use it like a watch list. I mean, any one of these can just turn around. So if you use it like a watch list and follow the stocks, but you have an entry price, you have a real-time entry, you don't have to get in right at that price, and you have a stop. Then it's up to you to manage the trades. But this is what you'd see. And what you can do is, instead of having to open this window every day, just incorporate this window as part of your layout. The AI will not give any alerts before 9:30. Doesn't mean you will get one at 9:30. We happen to get one today. But it doesn't, we get the question, does it work in the pre-market or after hours? No. Okay, the earliest alert you would get would be 9:35. So, if you open trade ideas at 9 o'clock, you just wait for the alerts to happen. Okay? So that is the AI. There is no video on how to use it. You use it because, how I use it, how you use it, how 10 people can use it in 10 different ways. Our recommendation is not to auto-trade it. But if you're bound and determined that you wanted to see how that would work, before you would commit money to the market, I'm going to go over what this Brokerage Plus is. Please listen to me, okay, when I go over that. Now, this window that you see here is called Brokerage Plus. If you have, right now, an interactive broker's account, you can use that window that you see here that we call Brokerage Plus to trade your account. I'm going to put the video, the link to, oops, sorry, should be off topic. I'm going to put the link to the video on how to do it using your interactive broker's account. Watch the video. It'll explain how you can use this window that we call Brokerage Plus to trade your interactive broker's account. It's the only one it works with right now. We're trying to add some other brokerages, but right now it's the only one that uses that you can use. And when you watch the video, it'll show you how you can connect to your IB account. You click on Live, and then you can use it. So why would you want to use it? Well, you can do interesting things with it. Let's just say that I look at REVG and I want to trade it. Well, first of all, I click on the alert and I like what I see. So I can go back and right click, hover over that trade, and you see how it says these are buying and shorting options that I have created. And how you can create them is by watching that video. It'll show you how to create your own buying or shorting options. Options in that now you just pick how you want to trade it. This is what we call one-click trading. Okay? Now I'm not going to get into all the details. You have to watch that video. It covers virtually every aspect of it. Okay, so now the other thing, when you get into a trade, if you want to get out of a trade, let's say I want to get out of this trade right now here, the EDU, I would just highlight it and I would flatten it, and that gets me out of a trade. Okay, now I have 0 shares. If I wanted to get out of half the trade, I would just click on half. I want to double my position. Or I could have gone right into this area here and picked how many shares I wanted to get out at and the price I wanted to. Yeah, I know we have a series. I know we have E-Trade. I know we have TDA. It's not available yet, okay? Just, I know it's there. The only broker it works with is Interactive Brokers. We're hoping E-Trade is relatively soon. TDA might be way down. There's a real problem that we have with linking. And don't ask me when E-Trade is going to be available. I mean, it could be as soon. I just don't know. We're still in, making sure there are no bugs in it. Now, the other huge reason to use this is as a simulator, okay? Before you commit money to the market, please practice trading. I mean, trading is not easy, okay? And you really should practice trading. We have a great simulator. You just click on sim. Now, this can only be used also with, if you want to use your Interactive Brokers account to trade, only if you're using our app. If you're using our web-based version, the Brokerage Plus is not available. So you have to be using our app. So to use a simulator, you literally just click on the sim. You see sim right there. And you would click on an alert. You notice how the symbol shows up. Right here, you can pick how many shares you want to trade. You can pick the price you want to get in at. Okay? And if you're going to go long, you buy. If you're going to short, you sell. And I'm going to demonstrate how you can take a trade. First one I want to show you is if you wanted to take a trade and say a pullback. So let's just say you did like this REVG, but you don't want to take it right away. Maybe you want to take it if it pulls back to say 1903. Okay. So you pick how many shares you'd like to trade. Let's say 400 shares. Oops. Okay, REVG. I'm going to take 400 shares if it pulls back to say 1905. And I just type 1905 in both of these boxes. And click buy, and you'll see that a nice big blue line will show up on the chart. So if you let this run down to 1905, again, this everything I'm doing here in the simulator, of course, you can do with your Interactive Brokers account. Whoa, guys, seal now. Look at seal. Right back up to that magic 444 right here. And see how does it react? They hit the high of 465 in the pre-market. Okay, let me get back to what was I looking at? That rev. So again, if it runs down to 1905, it'll take the trade. Now, if you at some point you say, you know what, I know I put this here. I don't like the way the market's trading. I don't like it anymore. All you have to do is go into your orders and right click and cancel. Okay, just highlight it and you can cancel it. Okay, so this is great practice, guys. If you've never traded before, use the simulator. Now, we could have also done that in a different way. Let's just say you wanted to take it, if it broke, let's take one on this one, for instance, okay? Let's just say you wanted to take seal if it took out the high of the pre-market, okay? So pick how many shares. There's the high of the pre-market, 466. So you could do that, 466. Put that in both boxes. And click the buy button. And you'll see a nice big blue line. You'll see it on the monthly chart. You will see it on the monthly chart. Here we go. So you can just sort of see it up here, but there it is. So if seal gets up to 466, the pre-market high, and that's what you wanted to do to take it if it broke the pre-market high, you could put a conditional buy order up here. And the same thing, if for whatever reason you decided, no, I don't want to do it anymore, just go to the orders and right click and cancel it. Okay? So I'm just going to leave them in, see if they get filled. Okay, so I was asked how to set up the simulator to auto trade the AI. Okay, I'll show you how to do that. So I'm going to really, I'm going to hammer anybody who auto trades the AI right now using an interactive broker's account without practicing first with using our simulator and you can fill it in. Okay, use the simulator first. Okay, you need our premium service. You click on sim, so you're in simulation mode. You have to have the Holly tab. If you don't have that Holly tab, here it is in new, and you make sure here are all the tabs you can have. So make sure you have the Holly tab, and then you turn them on. See, they're all off, and you have to do this every day. We force you to make the decision if you want to auto trade one of your own strategies or the AI. So you highlight, right click, and enable. See how they're now all on? So right now, you are in auto trading mode with the AI in the simulator. And then you can see how it would work. I'm going to disable them. So that's basically it, Flying Monkey. Okay? So I don't want to hear any crying from people saying, wow, I auto traded the AI and I lost money. I don't want to hear that. Okay? But as mad as I get as a Canadian. Yeah, so bat lights, you see if you want, you can go to what I call the main trading room. I put the upgrades in the watch list and all that, the upgrades and downgrades. I cannot put them in YouTube because it won't accept all the characters, etc. Okay, so if you wanted to, you can always go into what I call the main room. This is the link for it. It's just a lot more active. Easier for me to hand out links, etc. Okay, and then you'll have access. You can see, because I do this every morning, right around 9 o'clock or 9:15. I put the upgrades and downgrades. I also put, the pre-market access here. I just can't do it in our YouTube room. Okay. Okay, guys, I think you see how I took the trade, guys. You see how it took that trade? You should have taken the trade. Let me just see. Oh no, it did take the. I'm sorry. It's up here. It's up here. 465. It would take the trade, but this is getting really interesting. I mean, it's just above that high now, 444, but it's still struggling to get like a solid breakthrough. Okay. So let's take a trade though, because what I want to do now is I want to really go over the importance of placing a stop when you take a trade, what that concept is, and then also the concept of risking the same amount per trade. And I'm talking about when you get into a trade, guess what? They're not all going to work. So you have to have a price in which you're going to get out of the trade when it doesn't work. It's the only way, you know, if you want to stay in this, you want to stay trading for a while and make it a career, you have to have account management, money management, whatever you want to call it. So for instance, if you have a $5,000 account, you're not going to risk $1,000 a trade. Okay, so I want to demonstrate how you can do this. No, the news is the news. No, I mean, this is, for us, this is the latest news. Okay, so when you click on an alert, you know, click on Annex, and you have the news here, you'll see the latest as we have it. That's all. Nothing more you can do. Yeah, I'm a momentum trader, Merkel. Not everybody's cup of tea. You know, I get it. A lot of people would rather play pullbacks and all. Doesn't mean just because the stock makes a new high, you know, I'm taking the trade. It's just that, you know, for me, I always like the highs of the day because I don't have to worry about breaking intraday resistance. So for instance, you know, the seal, this is what we're waiting on, right? You know, I mean, this little area here, I mean, if it takes this out, I mean, I put this just as a conditional buy order to show you how you can do it in the simulator, but I could take this trade. I mean, if this really breaks out over 444, you know, this will definitely get me interested. You notice how it's just struggling to get through there. But also on volume, you know, so if this popped through this area right here on volume, it's definitely something that I'd be interested in. Just the way it is, Bruce. Consult the programmers. So let me get back. Okay, let me get back to you know, the concept of stop losses and all. So let's just say, you know, I don't care. I don't care if it breaks this right now. I want to take this trade. I want to. I'd rather do something else. Well, you can ask them, Bruce. You can ask. I can't tell you. I mean, it's a programming thing. Okay. I mean, you go to the home page, and maybe one of the developers is there, but I can't answer the question. Well, okay, I don't use the back tester at all, Bruce. Okay, number one, so I don't use it at all. I'd have to really refresh my memory. Let me see if I can even. But Michael Noss is there, and he uses the back tester all the time. That's why I'm saying I just don't use the back tester. I haven't used it in years, so I'd have to refresh my memory. Oh, I see. Well, see, I'm just not. I'm not that practiced in the back tester. I'm sorry. I apologize. You know, I just haven't used it in absolutely years. Timed exit and or. So timed exit. Well, it doesn't absolutely force you. I mean, you can go time a day right at the end of the day, or you can, if you want to swing it. If you want to swing it, then you would go, you could, pick a different time frame. So you have your choice, time of day right at the end of the day, or tomorrow, or, days in the future. Yeah, maybe try that. Maybe go to the back. Maybe go to the. Okay, Bruce, I'm sorry, I just can't help you. I don't have enough experience with the backtester anymore. I literally haven't used it in years. The person you might want to talk to is Michael Noss, okay? He definitely is our expert. Okay, so if you go back to our homepage and ask for Michael, I think he might be around, okay? Because he uses the backtester all the time. Okay? So here's the homepage again, and maybe just ask for Michael. This is a question for Michael and the backtester, and pose your question then, okay? Okay, so where was I now? So I want to take a trade. I want to demonstrate how you can place a stop. Okay, let's just say I wanted to take Old Republic right here. All right, I want to take the trade right now. So there it is. I pick how many shares I want to trade. I'm going to take 500. I'm going to show you why I'm taking 500. Okay. And what's the market like? Okay, it's a penny spread. I'm going to buy it. Okay, so it should, there it is, OR. This is in the simulator, bud, okay? This is only the simulator. I've only taken one trade today, and that my real account, and that's FINV early. That's all I've done. I don't trade that much. I'm explaining a lot during the day, so I'm not trading. I maybe do 3 or 4 trades a day. But this is just showing you in the simulator. So ORI, okay. So what did I get in at? This is in the simulator at 22.20. Let's put the stop at 22. Probably not a bad stop. Okay, when you get into a trade, you have to know the price you're going to get out if it doesn't work. So I want to add the stop, and it's going to be 22. Okay, you will see how it says $100. So if this gets down, ORI gets down to $22, it's going to take me out for a $100 loss. So why did I do that? I just wanted to do that to make the math super simple. So again, when you get into a trade, you have to know the price you're going to get out of the trade. And that will also share size you. What do I mean by share sizing? So don't go into trading thinking, well, I'm going to take 100 shares every trade, 500 shares every trade. The trade size will vary based on the difference between your entry and your stop price. In this case, it was 20 cents. So if I could risk $100 a trade, if that, according to my account size, if I thought, well, yeah, I can risk $100 a trade. In other words, if the trade goes against me, I don't want to lose more than $100. I could take 500 shares. If you divide 20 cents into $100, you get 500 shares. Conversely, if you multiply 500 times 20 cents, you get $100. Okay, that's my. Now, listen, if all of a sudden this does something crazy, it could blow right through my stop. Maybe I don't get everything out. You can't help that. Okay, but this is the concept, okay? So there's my stop. Going to get out if it goes down to 22, I get out for a $100 loss. So when you first start trading, again, you might be listening to me and saying, okay, I get what he's saying. That's what I should do. Makes sense. But I guarantee this is what's going to happen, is that when you get into, even in the simulator, even though it's not real money, but when it's real money, this is where it gets dangerous. You will start to second guess where you put your stop as the stock price starts approaching that stop out price, okay? Because you might start to think, well, maybe I'm just too new to trading. I don't know. I mean, why did I put it at 22? Maybe that's not a good area. Maybe my stop, because the only way, first of all, you're going to know where to put your stop. It's going to come with experience. Reading charts, looking to see, obviously you can see right here in that 2-minute chart, there's a lot of support right around 2206. Had I taken this trade for real, I would have put my stop right here around 2205, okay? I just wanted to make the math simple, a 20-cent stop, dividing that into 100, getting 500 shares. But when you look at a 2-minute chart like this, there's a lot of support right there. So you would say to yourself, well, this is support. If it broke down through that, I should be out of the trade. Okay, that's the whole concept. So, you're not going to understand where to put support, where support is on a chart until you looked at many, many, many charts. Now, just because there's support here, again, doesn't mean it's going to hold. That's the whole idea, though. If it doesn't hold, you should be out of the trade. So, you've heard me say all this, but again, I know what's going to happen. It's going to start approaching that stop, and you think, maybe that wasn't the right stop, because, man, this setup is primo. And I'm hearing great things about this company. So you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to move my stop down. And look at EBON, guys. EBON is showing up now in the options. But I want to continue here. This is so important, okay? So see what I've done now. I've lowered my stop. I'm right on the chart, down to 21.72. So if it went down to 21.72, I'd be now out $240 instead of that manageable 100, because you won't obey your stop. You're thinking, this is too good a setup. It's got to work. And so now it approaches 21.72, and you keep moving it down because you're stubborn. You just won't obey that stop. And eventually, at some point, as you keep moving it down and it starts getting, now you're down $300, $400, $500, you eventually say, okay, I get out of the trade. And then you start kicking yourself for not obeying that initial $100 manageable risk. So how to counteract that? Pretty simple. It's close enough. Pretty simple. Leave the stop in, and if it hits it, all the emotion is taken out of the trade. You're out of the trade, that's it. And you move on. Now, later on, for all the reasons why you got into this trade the first time, maybe they set up again later on. And maybe it will work the second time. But if you constantly will not obey your stop, on the road to ruination, okay? Can't emphasize that enough. All right. So there's my spiel, guys. Can't emphasize it enough, though. So practice trading first. Okay, give me a moment, please. This is getting too cluttered, so I just want to do something here. Now, I can do that. You guys can't, okay? So, guys, you can see right here, okay? EBON looks pretty good. Look left. And there's the next high looking left is 1026. What did it get to today? It got to 1025. So even though it came in the options play at 10.10, it looks very, very interesting. But look where it stalled today. Just again, look left. A couple of weeks ago, that was the high. So what I'd be doing is I will put a price alert just over there, over that price, and see if it takes it out. Because if it does take that out, then look left, almost $14. I'm not saying it's going to get to 14 if it can take out that high, but you know, at least you'll eliminate that little area of resistance which happened today. Now, I'm not telling you to take any trades. You know, I just sort of laid it out, what I saw. You know, so it's not a recommendation that you take that trade when that happened. I'm just laying it out what I see. The simulator, yeah, the simulation is part of the standard service, yes. Guys, now how you trade this is up to you. You know, if you took that trade, the EBON trade, you know, and you waited for that break, how you're going to, you know, how you're going to exit and things, it's completely up to you. You know, I just sort of laid it out, what I saw. And if you've got this, you hear it saying wow over and over again. And I've taken some out. All right, guys, this is a winner. I mean, you know, if you didn't want to even wait for that break that I was talking about, there it is at 10.10, 10.64. Now, can it take out 11? And the answer is almost. These whole numbers can be it's just psychological. I mean, there's no real reason. It's, you know, one number shouldn't mean anything more than any other number, but they're psychological, in my opinion. And that's why, you know, any stock approaches a whole number, I usually always take some off just ahead, just in case it cannot break through that whole number. Okay, how did this one do? I didn't even see this one. RGLS, did it? Not much. I mean, The alert was at 225. It did get up to 232, but that's not. Let's just take a look. Look at RGLS. I mean, where could this go? So the next high looking left. So what did it get to today? 232. Okay, so it got to 232. The next high still is 224 when you look left on the monthly chart. That's back in 2018. I mean, if we can clear that, then the next high is way up here in the $3 level. That's on the monthly chart. Let's just back the weekly chart out a little bit. Yeah, I mean, this... No, there it goes, guys. Okay, so here's your answer. E-bond dead. And I don't have my entire position anymore. But, and look at the red bar ignored for E-bond on the 2-minute chart. Well, I sold some too. I mean, I was reluctant to hold it in case it didn't get through that 11. But at this point now, I mean, there's a dollar move. And you took it right at 10.10. You know, there's a dollar move. I mean, that's a huge percentage move, guys. And if you want this scanner, all you have to do is go to my homepage. And here it is, all the scans I'm sharing. Right there, moving. I'm going to make the change on the weekend, guys, because this still, if you load it right now, it'll still have 500%. In other words, the option has to be 5 times normal in terms of option activity. I have reduced it to 3 times. And I really haven't found like a significant... Why I wanted to have it 5 times, and well, I started off, I don't want to get a ton of alerts. So I put a pretty tough filter in there, but I ran the 3 times right beside the 5 times, and I wanted to see what the big difference was, and I didn't really see a huge difference. Obviously, you're going to get the alert a little bit earlier, but it's not like I saw a huge influx of alerts that I didn't want to see, if that makes sense. No, I don't use the profit target. You see, the profit target is just double the stop, okay? It's nothing scientific. It's a guide, all these things that you see in the chart, they're guides. Now, you can't see it because I'm not sharing that one on the screen. I'm forcing you to go to my home page, hint, hint. I'm forcing you to go to my home page so you can see all the other goodies. And here are the scans. And here it is. You have to load it. That's one I'm not going to share in terms of the screen share. It's called moving higher with unusually strong options. Okay? Moving higher with unusually strong options. And it's by far my favorite scan. By far. Now remember, you use it as a watch list too. I mean, sometimes, you get the alert. Maybe it drops down below the alert price, and maybe later on it comes back up to it. So, using it as a watch list. So, for instance, the seal, which has been choppy, it's a very, very choppy. I would probably wait for a pre-market break, honestly. I mean, it has what I call a crazy upgrade, to $14 or something. Well, Sluggo is on the move again. SLGG on the move again. This is now a gap down and reverse. Of course, had earnings yesterday, but sold off. Kind of one of those Wall Street bets. I think it's one of those ones that they kind of get into. So again, what I was saying about the RGLS, so there was the alert at 225. I mean, it got up to 230. That's nothing fantastic. So what I'd be doing is setting a price alert, using this like a watch list, setting a price alert because when we looked left, we saw all sorts of room that it could move. So I will set my alert up here, 227ish, excuse me, and see if it happens later on in the day. I mean, it doesn't look like it's going to. It looks like it is starting to fade pretty badly now, but you never know. So, that's how I use it. I use it as a watch list. Sometimes, of course, they just rip higher right from the beginning. Yeah, Fred. I mean, these are what I see every day. And all I've ever done is just or click on Windows and save as default. And in terms of every window, well, if you save, so this is what I would do: save as default for this window here, so that you see the columns that you want to see all the time. And then as far as these columns, I mean, this is just a matter of saving your entire layout. Anytime you make a change to anything in your layout, be it maybe you go in, to the basic new highs, and you think, what, I want a different price range. So you can make your change, create a different price range. You say okay, but if you don't save your work at the end of the day, that save will not be remembered. So, always you can save two ways. I would always save to the cloud, file, save, or share to cloud. You click on entire, give your layout a name, and save it. I always save individual windows to the cloud, okay? Because even though I might create a window, I might create a scan that maybe I don't want to use it anymore, but maybe at a later date I want to bring it back. So I always save, individual scans to the cloud. Another reason to do that, you can also save it to your computer, save layout, and you'll see it'll have a name. It'll have a name, and you can give it a name. I do that also. The other thing, though, is that why you should save things to the cloud is that couple of reasons. If something goes, like I'm using my desktop, of course. So all of a sudden, if I look down, there's smoke coming out of my desktop and I can't use it anymore. I have to buy a new one. Well, okay, pain. But I buy a new desktop and I just download Trade Ideas, the program, and then I load from cloud because everything everything is in our cloud, and you just start to load. You can load your layouts, anything else that you've saved to your cloud. If also, I have multiple devices that I want to have Trade Ideas on. You can do that. And then, you download the program. And then, again, file load from cloud. So you don't have to recreate everything on every device. You can only have Trade Ideas open on one device at a time, but you can have it loaded on as many devices as you want. Yeah, option volume now, option volume percent. Not the is now 300%. Okay, 300% meaning it's trading. So if my minimum option number of contracts is 2,000 contracts. So let me go over this also because there are people. We don't trade options as such. We don't scan for options, but there are people in the room who will use our option filters. And that may help them if they want to trade actually the option. Let me just show you what we've got. So we've got a put-call ratio. Option volume, this one refers to the average over the last 10 days. Option volume today, that's obvious. And these are total number of contracts. Puts and calls. Here's the put volume today, call volume today. And this is the key one right there. Option volume today percent. So if I, for instance, if I use add the filter, and if I say put 200 in here, that's 200% or double as a ratio. So if some stock over the last 10 days has averaged say 2,000 contracts a day over the last 10 days, I will not see that stock unless today it trades 4,000 contracts, in other words, double. So it's having an abnormal option activity. So that may help you trade the option. Okay, in all these. I'm not trading the option. I'm trading the stock. But some of you who wants to trade options, you may be able to use those filters to zero in on those interesting option plays. Okay. Okay, guys, remember LC? Way back when, chopped around a bit. What was the original alert? At 1379, chopped around a bit, and now on the move again. You can use this like a watch list. You can get setups during the day. You might get the original alert at 1379, which it did here. Look, it got up to 1453, but it dropped. And then, that right there, that might have given you an opportunity, breaking 14, to get back into the trade if you got out of it. Okay, as a watch list. And, oh man, there are a lot of option plays today. I mean, this is not normal. Sometimes, I think yesterday we had about 3 or 4 for the whole day. Can't predict ahead of time, of course, how many you were going to get, but of course today's Friday. I don't know if it's the witching hour and all that, or the So as usual, though, when I get an alert, the first thing I'm checking immediately, and I don't jump into any trade until I check the higher time frames. That's just the way I trade. I want to see how much room. Great, you're at a high of the day. How much room? How much further could it go without encountering chart resistance? So look at Funko right here. There's a high of 1776. There's a high of 1727. There's a high of 18. So you can see right there. We're at 1741. We may get a lot of stalling right around 18. Today I am, JB. But remember, I have run this for the last 2 or 3 weeks with the 300 beside it just to see. And I didn't see like a huge number, right? Like a huge difference. But I'm also getting some good ones. Like yesterday, what did we have? 3 alerts, 4 alerts, and that was at 300. The day before, not many. Yeah, I'm not sure about that profit target as a percent drawing. I mean, obviously, I can put a profit if I got into this trade right here. Okay, and I wanted to put a profit target. I would add target order 1730. So if I wanted to put a profit target of 1750, it will show up. type that right. So I don't put profit targets, okay? But you know, if you want to put a profit target, oops, add, and that line will show up right up here. So if I allow this to work, take me out, it would take me out right here. I don't think, for instance, so here's where you can use a percent. Right here, Fred. You modify the target orders. Let me get rid of that. I want to see if you could do that right off the bat. I'm gonna get rid of that. Yeah, it doesn't look like you can, right here, when you add the target order here, yeah, you can't designate a percent. But here, I guess you can. So if I want to modify the target orders, now I can make it more of a percent. See, it just lowered it. Okay? So that's manually. Did you get that, Fred? So you have to put, I guess a dollar value target order, and then you can modify it later as a percent. Why you can't put a percent at the beginning, I don't know. You know, when you're doing this manually. That's because every time you click on an alert, you're presented with a smart stop, so that if you got into the trade here, this is a suggestion, okay? It's telling you there's your stop, and what's your stop here? 293. The target is just double the difference between where you clicked on it and the stop price. Okay, so the difference between where you clicked on it and the stop price, you double that to get the target. That's all it is. You don't have to. Yeah, you can. Yes, you can. So here, I don't, but edit the trading strategy. And you could put a target here. And I guess your target can be a percent. Okay, when you have your own trading strategy, yes. So the question was, so you can create your own trading strategy, and then you can add it here in your strategies, and this is only for auto trading. And you would add your trading strategy. All that is covered in that video. I'll just really quickly show you, but you load it from the cloud. So if you created an alert window that you wanted to auto trade, then it will show up here. You load it. So now it's here. Now you create your strategy. How do you want to trade it? When do you want it to start? When do you want it to end? Order details. How, you can fix dollars or based on a stop loss. That's up to you. The limit offset. How far outside of the alert are you willing to take the trade? Many times you can never get the trade, even on auto trading, right at the price. So how far outside? And here's risk management. Here's where you can put a target. You can put a percent or a dollar. Okay? So it's under risk management. So guys, you got to be fast on these, right? You cannot just wander away from your computer. I say that even though this is not a super low float, but this is a wild one. I mean, Ebon, we've seen this one in the past. I mean, it got up to $15, back here. And even a few weeks ago. So you cannot wander away from your computer when you're in these ones that are, very, very volatile. Wow. Okay. Okay. Give me a moment, please. All right, I'm back. So Seal is really teasing us, guys. You see what it's doing? It keeps teasing up at that 450 mark. There's that high right up there, 465 in the pre-market. It keeps teasing us. Okay, I see what happened here. Wondering why did it take me out of the trade? So remember I put the target in here? I put a target for FNKO. It was in the trade and I was just showing how you can put a target. So it actually took me out of the trade, which is okay. Look at that topping tail right there. Yeah, it hasn't been easy. I mean, these have not been what I call super trending. But look at the EBON; it's coming back. But you know, this is I'm out of it completely, guys. I'm completely out of this EBON now. But you know, I mean, it goes down to 10.20, right back up to 11. So I mean, this is very, very whippy. You know that came with some experience. If you've been in the room before, you traded this one before, you know that EBON it can be very, very wild. So even though it's on a super low float, it can be very, very wild. So you cannot just wander away. But listen, it might take out that high again, 11.28. It might take it out again. And if it does, I mean, it still has some room, but you know, that's up to you if you want to trade it. It can be very, very wild. I mean, we're talking about 1368, it looks like. 1370 is the next high looking left. That was 3 weeks ago for EBON. So you're talking about so this is not the one, this is not the same one as this, okay? The moving higher with unusually strong options, okay? You're talking about, that was the original options play magic scan. That was like, I put that together, wow, 4 or 5 years ago. So in a multi-strategy window, because you're looking at a do I have one up and running? Let's see if I do. Yes, I do. My gap continuation or reverse. Okay, so in a multi-strategy window, I've got 4 strategies here. Okay, these are just alert windows. So let me just quickly explain what a multi-strategy window is. So multi-strategy windows are good for people that don't have a lot of screen space. All right, so you can take virtually as many alert windows as you want and put them into a multi-strategy window. So all of these right here, gap up and go, gap down and reverse, etc. These are all individual alert windows that I put in. Okay, and all I do is I can just assign a different color. So I know if I see green, I know this is the gap up and go. If I see a light blue, I know this is a gap down and reverse, because for me, this is the way I like to see things. Green and blue are stocks that are positive. Gap up and reverse, means it's heading down. For me, yellow and orange. It's just the way I've designated it. Okay? If that makes sense. It's just the way I've decided that when I see a certain color, I know the direction that's going. Does that make sense? I mean, it's nice to have, you could use, you don't have to use any color you want, of course. It's nice to have just, so when I see this alert, I know that this is, the gap down and reverse. I know that. This is, so when you get used to the colors, that's all. But you could use a different color. Does that make sense? Yeah, okay. It's obviously that's how I did it a long time ago. I might have changed it. You don't have to change anything, okay? It's just a matter of, all you have to do is you can just see the colors that I'm using here. I mean, I may have changed it, I guess. I don't know. But again, for me, blue and green designate positive, oranges and yellows designate negative. That's the way I like to color code things. Nothing really more to explain. Now, I also like to use a multi-strategy window when I can kind of group similar strategies together. Okay, I don't have a problem with screen space, but these are all very similar. These are all the gap scans, going in different directions. So that's why I like to have it in a multi-strategy window. That's just a personal preference. I could break these out. I could break it out. There it is, on its own. Gap down and go, on its own. And this is shared. This is one of the ones I'm sharing in the scan section of my homepage, my website, my homepage. I call it my website. Give me a moment, please. Okay, now here's a couple of columns that I want to show you here in Brokerage Plus and when you're practicing trading, okay? One of the things everybody moans about, I do too, we all do it, I got out too early. I got out too early. I wish I'd held it. Wish I'd held it, okay? So, this can give you a bit of a gauge at how good are your exits. So you see I've got what's called a maximum P&L, and I've got a closed P&L, and I've got a distance from the exit price. So what this is telling me is that when I was still in the trade, the most I could have made was $65. Where I exited, I made 14. Okay, again, this is just, I was just demonstrating something. It's not terrible. I mean, you're very rarely going to get right to the penny, okay? But what you don't want to start seeing is what I was showing you, before. You have a profit of $600 turning into a $300 loss. That's no way to trade, obviously, okay? So it's kind of a good gauge at showing, okay, how good were my exits? And then this distance from the exit price is very cool. This is showing me that when I got out of the trade, this is now 60 cents underneath that price. So right off the bat, I can tell, well, that's a great exit. Okay, and if I was still in this trade, it'd be 60 cents lower. I'd be losing a lot more money. Okay, so that's a great, gauge and how good are your exits. If this was a huge positive number, you'd say, wow, I got out too early. Okay, so I like these two columns, the distance from the exit price and the max P&L compared to the closed P&L. All right, guys, today is Friday, so I believe I'm just going to make a quick check to make sure it is Andy. I think it's Andy today in our YouTube room. Oh, Chris, okay. Okay, so Chris will be taking over the YouTube room at right around noon. We call him New Guy Chris, but he's been around now for a couple of months, or 3 months even. I don't even know when he started, so eventually he won't be New Guy Chris. Meanwhile, geez, I'm seeing some of these. Gene, I see Jen got halted. So much going on today. Gene got halted, open. I see Joan. I think Joan is an IPO, guys. Joan is an IPO. One of the scans that I'm sharing is the halt resumes, and I would say at least 90% of the time, maybe more. But when a stock is an IPO, it shows up as a resumed. Okay, and you can see right there, Joan is an IPO. Let's just take a look to see what they are supposed to be all about. So I'm going to go to my IPO calendar. And this is what I'm talking about. So there's Joan, consumer goods, was priced at 12, so really it really hasn't popped up more than the offer price. And let's see who's behind it. And the answer is, yeah, we got Bank of America, Credit Suisse, Guggenheim, Barclays, Wells Fargo, etc. So some pretty big names are actually behind it. And how many shares? So 40 million shares. So fairly big. Sorry, right there. Only 10 million shares. Really? and it hasn't popped that much. So not a lot of enthusiasm right now about it. Enthusiasm would mean, like, we see a lot of times where, okay, there's the offer price, but the stock opens and it's like double or even sometimes triple, the actual price. But this is only 26 cents above it, so there's not like a ton of enthusiasm about it. A little surprised because there's not that many that were issued. So guys, if you want this, by the way, I can just show you. I can just pop this in. If you want to follow IPOs yourself, it's like, this is what I use. Yeah, I can. Well, if I wanted to. Okay, guys, there's Seal. In fact, I think it took. Did it take it? Or I think I deleted it. Yeah, okay, this is what I want to do. So the seal is what I want to re-input that the break right there. So let me get seal here. Let's just do 300 shares. And the pre-market high break. Just showing you how you can do this, okay? This is in the simulator. Okay, so I think I didn't put it on. Okay, I have to do it again, I think. Yeah, just give me a moment here. Yeah, see, in this new version of Trade Ideas, you have to really designate that you're in the trading, simulated trading, etc. And I hadn't clicked on it before I did that, so I'll just do it again. There it is. Okay, so there's the blue line, right at the high, the pre-market high. If somehow it takes it out later on, it'll take 300 shares at approximately that price. Well, if Tiger is turning green, you would think that FinV is starting to turn green also. I haven't been following this one since my early. Wow, it's still down. Okay, give me a moment, please. I'll be right back. Sorry, Bob. You're right. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, so count. Yeah, the count is just another way to measure momentum. If you're using the alert new high, then it's telling you how many new highs it's made. If you're using, say, a new 5-minute high, it would be telling you how many new 5-minute highs it made. Look how this seal is just teasing that high. What did it get to? Got to 460. Pre-market high is 465. Just teasing it. Yeah, it's moving a little bit. Yeah, Joan is moving a little bit. I'm not a big IPO day of player. I usually if I'm going to take these, usually what I do is wait a couple of hours and then put a price alert at the high of 2 hours. And you know that is something I may then take the trade, but I typically do not trade IPOs the day of. Doesn't work with TradeStation, no. Only with Interactive Brokers, John. Only Interactive Brokers right now. I have no idea I don't think TradeStation is nothing they're even looking at though. You know, E-Trade will be the next one. Just one moment, please. All right, guys, so you saw how that worked. So it took the trade, okay? It did take the trade right there. I had that conditional buy order at the pre-market high. It took the trade. Now, if I don't like it anymore, you know, because it's not moving higher right now, you know, I could always exit the trade and flatten it. You know, if it started to really pull back. Obviously, right now, that's not the case. It's still just hovering underneath it. So let's see what happens. But if it got down to, say, 443, I'd be out of that trade. So what this is telling me, the max P&L, when it says 0, this is telling me that at the time I got into the trade, 467, it didn't even get to 468. That was the high so far. Because if it had gone even to 468, I would have had like maybe $1 or something as my max P&L. Wow, look at this reversal for Vuzi, guys. This was the trade of the week last week, I guess. And, you know, I had one great day. You can see it was right there. It had a great day and a half before, like, virtually every other tech stock, it fell. But look at Vuzi coming back, VUZI. This is a gap. This is a gap down and reverse. A gap down and reverse. Wow, look at LC. I mean, again, use this as a watch list. 1379. What did it get up to? 1536. I mean, these great percentage moves. And I haven't even looked at my watch list up here that I create every day. Doesn't look like anything really moved in the right direction anyway. Yeah, look at Tiger. Tiger is now positive. I don't think I don't think FinV is though. FinV, is it positive? Is no. So it's not following suit. This is weak. Comparatively weak, you know. It usually follows along with Tiger. And also, let's see what FUTU is doing. FUTU is doing. Those are the three, yeah. So look at this. Look at FUTU. But FinV is weak. A little surprising, you know. I had a great day yesterday in terms of an earnings release, but it's not following along with the other two. You see right there, guys. So 467. And we have a IPO that just opened. RXDX, guys. RXDX. Remember I was saying, it's like one of the quirks of the Halts resumes. If it's an IPO, it shows up as a resumed. So there's an IPO right there. Joan was a little earlier. And there's RXDX. And I'm sure you guys can find out who is behind this one. Obviously, it should be a bio, yes. Yeah, not much. I mean, it's still trading 8 times normal. All right. I mean, it's not that the volume is putrid, but it has disappeared. Yes. You know, most of that volume was right at the beginning, and it's just tailed completely off. Another gap down, and reverse for NNDM, challenging the high of yesterday, which was 1116. If it can take that out, wow, you know, this has got some room, guys. I mean, if it takes out that high of yesterday, 1116, the next high looking left on the daily chart is 1178. So there is some room for this one if it wants to keep moving. 16 million in the, you know, it's not trading super abnormally. You know, it's basically trading normally. That's what 1.08 means. Well, it's because it's an IPO, so you'll have no indicators. You know, there's nothing for it to reference. I'm assuming anyway. Keep an eye on Annex, ANIX. Keep an eye on Annex, guys. A huge move in the pre-market. What was the news on that one? European patent pulled all the way back. Looks like it's trying to move again though. If it can take out 624, look at the room it's got. This is ANIX, relatively low float, 20 times normal in terms of how much is traded. All right, guys, it is now 11:58. So, all right, guys, so I am going to be vacating very soon. I just want to put the announcement in. Chris will be taking over the YouTube feed. Okay, so you must be able to hear me. Okay, Chris, I'm going to stop the feed now.
All right, looks like you all have eyes on my screen. All right, I'm Chris, filling in for Andy today. He's off. Been around in some of the evening webinars. I filled in for him Tuesday night with Steve. I filled in for him last night. It's open forum, guys. I didn't come with any prepared content. I am prepared content out for the week. Um, Start firing the questions at me when you guys are ready. Jake, how are you? Thank you. So what do we got going on in here? Give me some questions. Let's answer some questions. Let's test some things. Otherwise, you guys can just stare at my charts and my holdings. I know Sean plays music for you sometimes. I guess I could do that too. You don't want me to sing though. Is there a link relation between alert and topless? Um, Staring is caring. I'm not sure what you mean by link relation. I mean they operate independently of each other. Um, you could always take a top list and turn it into an alert window using the collaborate feature, if that's where you're going. But clicking on the alert window or a topless window, one won't affect the other. Can I show how? Do you mean like using the collab feature? Is that what you're talking about? Sure, that's easy. So let me just find any top list here. It's in my cloud. We'll use that as an example. All right, so here's a top list that I have. This is what I actually use to scan it in the evenings here. And so what you're going to do is go to new, open alert window. All right, and it doesn't matter what the alert window is. You just click OK. So bring that over. So this is the alert window. It doesn't matter what's really in it. But what we're going to do is this. We are going to go to right click, collaborate, and that brings up this URL here. Copy that URL. We can close that, and then we're going to go into the alert and go to collaborate there, and we're going to paste that URL from the top list over to here, and there you have it. Now it'll still say breaking out on volume or whatever it was originally named, but if we go in here into the configure now, we're going to see all of the filters that I had in there originally for that top list are now populated over here. And the last thing you'll have to do is figure out what selected alert you want to put in here. So it's got everyone that's there, but most popular in general is new high, hide the unused. And that is now going to be called the cup and handle one because it's taking the name from that top list now. There you go. Yeah, they operate completely independently of each other. The function of the top list is essentially it's going to return every 30 seconds all the stocks that meet the criteria of those filters, but there's no alert or event that's going on in those. Where the alert window has an alert event that has to be met along with the filters, if that makes sense. And fire some other questions we have. You guys want to throw out any charts? I'll give my rookie analysis on them. I say rookie because I still what I consider to be a very new trader myself, only a few years doing it. So when will we get a country filter? Um, a country filter. You can submit a request for that, I suppose, at info@trade-ideas.com. See if that might be something they can implement. I'm not sure if we could filter by country like that. You could put the request in and see what they tell you on that side of it. Seal. What's seal? Wasn't that moving earlier and then I think it stopped or something? Oh wow, finally able to break through on that. Yeah, I had an alert set for the high of the day earlier and it started to interrupt some other things that I was looking at, so I deleted that alert. I guess I'm sorry I deleted that now. I mostly swing trade, but the last the last I'll say 10 trading days or so, maybe a little longer, I've been scalping things intraday a little bit more as, we've been kind of wishy-washy in the indexes. I mean, we're sitting, I know, near all-time highs, but it's been choppy, you know. Yeah, no, I know the flags are there for the single stock windows, but I don't know if that can translate over into a filter or not. That's the development side, so we'll have to see. So let's see. After creating all necessary basic topless alert windows and a few charts and having a layout, what's the next thing to do? Well, the next thing to do is figure out what works for you. And something I kind of was going off about in, not off, but I was discussing last night in the webinar I took over for Andy, is that a lot of people think trading is a job, and I think you'd be better served to think trading as a business. And you need a business plan for your business to succeed, because running a business isn't just showing up to work. You need a business plan for a business to succeed. So Your business plan in trading is your trading plan. And if you don't have a trading plan, you don't have a business plan and you have a failed business. That's the way trading works, in my personal opinion. So you can have all the windows in the world, but there is no window that will tell you emphatically what to buy, sell, or anything like that. So that's kind of how it goes, more or less. You need to figure out what gets you in a stock, what gets you out of a stock, why you share size the way you do, when you get out, all those kinds of things. So that's my sense on that. Once you have a layout set up, it's also constantly fine tuning and tweaking that layout. I've probably been through a dozen different layouts in the last 2 years before settling kind of more or less what I have, and it doesn't mean I don't add some tweaks to it currently now. Um, That's kind of my 2 cents on that. Where to start on having a trading plan? I would say the best place to start on having a trading plan, once you kind of start to get the ins and outs of the software itself, I would navigate from this side of the trading room in YouTube to the actual traders room with Barry and all the other guys that are actually some successful traders in there. A couple people you might want to pay real attention to is there's William in there and Real. Real is one of the people I always love to give a shout out to him. He can be a little harsh in the things he says, but it's because the things he's saying is because that's how you become successful as a trader. I had lectured by him several times, via chat about, well, why'd you get in that stock? What's your stop? You don't have a stop? Get out of that stock immediately. If you don't have a stop, there's no reason to ever enter a trade ever. You're gambling, go to Vegas instead. That's what he used to tell me. So harsh, but that's the reality of it. So, every time I enter a trade, I have a stop behind it. My stop isn't the same every single time. I might use different moving averages or I might use different pivot lines, but that comes to looking at charts and chart time. Real is his name, Real. Um, who am I? Um, who am I referring to? Referring to a gentleman named Real in the other side of the trading room. There's two sides to this broadcast here. Um, Barry streams this on YouTube, and it's an easier access for people. But there's also the ProTradingRoom.com people that created the trading room for us, and that's where you'll find a lot of some really good successful traders that are in there. Earlier in the day they're busy, they're trading, they're talking about ideas and things like that, and there's specific tabs to use for different topics and things like that. But you can use those later in the day when they're not as busy. You can start to ping some ideas, maybe ask some questions. When I was trying to learn charts and things like that, I think Real had pointed to me a Bull Wiki, I think is the name. There's a site or something like that. I forget what it is now. This is several years ago. But that's more or less, sitting down, going through charts, figuring out what these moving averages mean, what pivot lines are, all these, the studying stuff that, there's only one way to do it. That's training your eye to doing it. You could read all the books in the world, but watching live charts, that's just part of how it goes. So let me find a link to how to create a login for the trading room. Copy link address and paste. And you can use that link to create a trading room login. It's all free, whether you're part of Trade Ideas or you're just hanging out, checking things out. And these people that are in there, you're on their time. They're in there doing trading and things like that. But they're most of them are happy to answer questions when they have a free time, and ask things about where they might have learned some charting patterns and things like that. I'm going to try to find the site, Bull Wiki, see if I can find the site and drop a link for that. Um, stops. I'll let you folks have it. How did I get into trading? I always kind of had an interest in stocks. I did some casual investing back shortly before the 2008 crash. But I basically worked my entire life in restaurants, and I just decided I was sick of it. But I was a single dad in my 30s and knew that going back to school wasn't exactly an easy feat for me. And I found, my interest in finance in general was something I could study on my own and that I could trade on my own and, see where it led me more or less. And, like everybody else, I thought it was just going to be one, two, three, no problem. I'm going to be trading like that, and got my butt kicked for about 2 years before I started paying attention to things that were actually being told to me about a trading plan and stops and position sizing and all the cliches. They're true. They mean a little bit something different to each person, but that's how it goes more or less. Um, Sorry, I'm trying to find find that site. I can't seem to come across it right now. Yeah, Real is a trader in there, and he was the one that now I'm talking about. And sometime in early 2017 is when I first joined the trading room and kind of found trade ideas. And he was going through, I pestered him a lot. I probably annoyed him a lot, to be honest. But I was persistent and I wanted to learn, and that's how I did it. And he was willing to answer. Sometimes he doesn't always answer. He's busy. He's not always there. Like he kind of co-moderates the room with Barry when Barry isn't around, if just in case you never know when a troll or something like that's coming in. So he's the power to kick people out and things like that. So yeah, I'm sorry. I'll keep looking for this site, see if I can find it again for you guys. If you just search anything in Google looking for charting patterns and things like that, but that's more or less training your eye, getting those thousands of hours of seat time and screen time. There's only one way to do it, and that's to do it essentially. And then the other part is that mental part. I can't count how many times that I had, some small winning trades and it was, oh, this is good. And I had the one or two losing trades and I'd let them blow by my stop loss. And so I could have, in a week, I could have 20 winning trades that were all small and two large trades that were losses. And they wiped out more than what I did on all that other work simply because I didn't obey that stop loss. And that's just unfortunately the way it is. That discipline. Nobody can do it for you. Nobody can make you get out of a stock. You know, nobody could fix what's in between your ears. You can relate stock trading to a lot of things: poker, golf, baseball. Any kind of sports, things like that. And there was a saying that I used to, on the golf course, the pros that I used to hang out with there, that were friends of my parents, they would say, when you're thinking, you're stinking, and the hardest 6 inches in golf is in between your ears. And it's the same thing with trading. Everything changes when that money is on the line. And, I was no different. I can't imagine anybody else is any different with that. So, what else do we got? What else are we looking at for stocks here? Some charts out there. Let's see. That cup and handle window we turned into an alert window. Let's see. Has it shown anything profitable here? Scroll back a little bit. CSTM, that was the one that I blew yesterday. Had been watching it for weeks. Yeah, it's an interesting level to have it at. That formula, I'm sorry. Let me scroll back. Which formula are we talking about here? RMCG, I'm not sure which formula. C10, I think that's like aircraft parts, right? Motor vehicle and aircraft. Yeah, a lot of these things hitting up near resistance levels. Scrolling back here, I don't see what you're talking. If you put a formula in here, there, RMCG. I don't see any formulas that are in there, so I'm not exactly sure what you're referencing. Pretty good buy side here. SPY curling up on us. Let's see. Let's bring in an anchor, 2-day anchored VWAP I like to use to find some support, resistance, and momentums with the SPY. Let's throw one of those on the SPY chart and see what it's telling us. We were right near it earlier. Look at that. It was pounding on that 2-day anchored VWAP, bounced off of it, and got the 815 crossing here. Oh, a custom formula. I have custom formulas are out of my area of expertise. You're gonna want to throw an email to info@trade-ideas, and you're gonna want to ask for the other Chris. I'm Chris V, and then there's Chris M. He handles customs more than I do. I know a couple simple customs if you want like a 1 minute volume shares and throw like a lifetime high kind of formula in there for your single stock window or something like that. I just have a few that were given to me over the years. So if you can throw here, I'll put the email in there and throw that formula in that email and ask for the other Chris. I have there you go, info. Email that with that formula and ask if that formula makes sense. I have big ambitions to try to do something with custom formulas, at least learn them, because from my understanding, it's not overly complicated. You don't really need to know math or coding or anything like that. It's just understanding the data and how to put that in the right order. But a lot of support going on, a lot of tickets, things like that, and some different beta testing internally that I work on. So I haven't had a chance to do any of that kind of stuff. So, but I know there's some pretty good stuff that people I'm sure do with some formulas, and I mean with as many alert sets and data sets and things like that that we have, I have to imagine there must be some users out there that have some pretty wicked scans. I'd imagine. Um, like anybody else, I've tried to do the back testing and optimize for that perfect scan, and in 4 years I haven't been able to get it down yet. So I let it do eyes with man and machine for me to work it all together. Let the scans give me ideas, exactly like I try to tell people. The name of the company is Trade Ideas, and that's what we're doing. We're spitting ideas out at you, and what you want to do with those ideas relates back to your own eyes. Yeah, one of the things that's being worked on internally, we have a thing called the Market Explorer. If any of you have been in the Wednesday Q&A webinars with Brad and Dan, Brad has touched on it a little bit, and if we can ever get that Market Explorer to production, we're going to be able to do some really amazing things. We already are, the way we bring in data and process it is already well above anybody else's capabilities in this industry. We can get that Market Explorer going, we're gonna just blow the doors off of everything. But it's not easy stuff. If it was, goes back to the old saying: if it was easy, everybody would do it. Damien, how's it going, man? How's it going? Good to see you. So this one here is interesting to me. 10. It's actually something I took a big loss on in this last spring, as a matter of fact, or early summer. Mike C, you must be getting sick of me at this point. In for Andy all the time, it feels like now. This 10 looks interesting. Right here at a really big pivot level. Move that right down on there. And I always like to tease. JC Peret's always same thing, technical analysis always being called voodoo. That's fine, call it voodoo, but it's voodoo that happens to work, quite often if you know how and what to look for. I mean, you can't tell me that line isn't a coincidence. Get my handy drawing tool here. It's like the draw. And look at these lines here. And just look at that. 1, 2, 3, and here we are again for a fourth time. You can't tell me that doesn't matter. June to here. That's a big deal to me. It gets through that, you start to look at room back up to here, catching the next wicks. I could ever grab that line there. There we go. Could see another dollar plus of alpha there with that. Yeah, Andy's on vacation, taking some time with the family, I do believe. We yelled at him not to check in during the week, so hopefully all is well with him traveling around, whatever he's doing, whether it's a vacation or staycation. Let's see. Let's see what else is coming through that scan. Keeps alerting cars. That's been whippy with the market recently. Look at that. Oof. 2 day span. Touchdown here at 1070. A few days later, back at almost 15. $5 in 3 days. That's a chart to look at. Oh, I don't know about talented trader. I'm still learning, always refining every day, something new, something exciting to come at. But, if anybody's heard me before, I'll pound this table right here. This is the pattern that I love. Look at this. Look at that. Now you got some market ugliness that's in with that, but you can't tell me. You could take charts and go back over 100 years and find that cup and handle pattern over and over and over again. You find that cup and handle pattern on stocks that are in sectors that are new, exciting, up and coming, innovative. That's when you can find those huge, huge, huge winners that you hold on to. And something I talked about last night in Andy's webinar is I know day trading is that hot thing everybody wants to do, and I'm gonna be day trader and make all this money day trading. There are no billionaire day traders, not one, and their odds are won't be anytime soon. You want the big money? It's in the holding. That's where it is. But it's having the guts to hold through those things. It's something that I'm still trying to learn as I've made the switch from day trader to more swing trader. Hindsight being 2020. What's a FINKO, right? Trying to find, here we go, FNKO. So here's something that I've tried to kind of hold on to for a long time, but I own this back here. And I sold it somewhere in there thinking, oh, that was a great gain. And boy, it's just been on and on ever since then. No pain on that trade. And tell me hindsight doesn't kick me that gap up from the earnings there. So, that's where the big money comes in. And you think about it, don't need a huge share size to get some kind of profit that's like that. So for anybody that's wondering, day trading, swing trading, a mix never hurts. 8, 20, 50 SMAs, VWAP, pretty solid tech indicators for day runs. No, that's exactly it. And it's also finding those averages, how they work for you more or less. I happen to like an 8 EMA personally and the 20 SMA. I know other people like the 50 SMA and the 13 EMA and things of that nature. But it's what works for you, what catches your eye. For me, the 8 EMA kind of just works on all time frames for me. It's just the way I like to do things. Hi, Chris. Do you think the best chart time frame for swing trading is day? Um, I kind of switch it up, Tony, what I'm doing. And I let the market also kind of help me dictate what I'm looking at. So when I'm scanning at night, I look at daily and weekly charts. On my entry levels for during the day, I use a daily chart more or less with support and support, pivot, whatever you call them, lines, resistant lines, to decide is there enough room where the stock is hanging out now for me to have interest in spending, allocating that capital sitting in it. What's the volume look like? Where are earnings out? So I look at a bunch of different factors, not just the time frame actually. Um, I also try to look at the chart. There might be, let's say, a lot of room on a chart for a stock to move up, but what has that stock done over the last couple of months? Are there instances of it having a couple of explosive days, or is it just always 5 cents up at a time? Because that's also not somewhere where I want to spend my time either, where I'm allocating a few $1,000s or whatever it is in a position and just sitting there and 2 cents today and 4 cents tomorrow up and then 10-cent pullback after that. So there's it's putting that whole package together more or less for me. In the market that we've been in, I've been using more 15-minute charts to kind of dictate, am I going to pull out and not let winners turn to losers, just because things seem to kind of turn on a dime just like that for me lately. And I've had a number of winners turn to losers, and that is probably the most annoying thing that I let have happen to me. So, I would say, what if you have a set of moving averages that you like, I generally find that, or I've found for myself that 8 EMA kind of works for me, especially on a 15-minute chart, while I'm trying not to let things get away from me. So, like for example, I'll give you here this today. I'm holding a position in this right now. I actually got in it today. I sold somewhere up here, and I've let it kind of hang around here, and it's just riding this 8 EMA right now. Going into the weekend, I'm not going to let it really get far off of that below. I just don't want to take a lot of risk into the weekend, especially having been up already. If we weren't as in a choppy market as we've been in, and when I say choppy market, let's look at, let's pull this SPY back here on a 15-minute chart, and you can just see, what we're doing here. We're stuck in this range more or less right now. And while, yes, we touched all-time highs yesterday, we didn't break out of them. We gapped down today, and as soon as we tried to get positive, we got smacked back down again. So we're in a range right now with the SPY, and that seems to be affecting what I'm doing. Where back, we keep scrolling it back. Let's change the time frame. Let's bring a 60-minute up. We scroll way back, and we can see before, we had been more in a trend here, moving up for weeks and weeks and weeks, going back on that. That was much easier to buy and hold during, and we're not. So, the market changed, so did I. If any of that makes sense, hopefully. We got other questions here. Box, there's another whippy chart. This is one that I had on my do not trade list for a while. I'm sure everybody has a do not trade list of stocks. Let's see, Ruby, another one I've been following for quite a while here. Another one just real whippy here, but you can share size right, get on the right side of some of these things. They look good. Oh no, I didn't. Yeah, I was supposed to be. That's a killer for me, Mike C. Take a look at that real quick here. I had it on my liked list actually, and then it made that gap up the other day, and I just didn't get it. I was in a whole bunch of other things, and I was already pretty leveraged up, and I just didn't have I had the capital in the account to take a shot at it, but it was going past my rule of how much I'm allowed to have sitting, how much risk I'm allowed to have sitting out there at once. So, just a rule I wasn't willing to break. Now, I, of course, always hindsight being 2020, I wish I had, but it is what it is. What I try to tell people is, there'll always be another. The stock market will be here today, tomorrow, next week. Well, not tomorrow, obviously, because it's the weekend, but you get what I'm saying. If you let FOMO dictate what you're doing, you're going to have a blown up account real quick. Why do I use one MA and one SMA? I use them because it's a momentum indicator for me. So the way it was taught to me actually is when you start to see a spread come between these two indicators here, that dictates more momentum versus losing momentum. When you see the spread continues to widen, that means you have momentum picking up. When you see it start to close, you have momentum slowing down. And so that kind of helps guide what I'm doing. So as we're watching here, Just this chart, for example, we can see that as this 20 SMA starts to catch up to that 8 EMA, that means momentum is that stock is losing momentum, and it'll have a divergence moment when the quote unquote rubber meets the road. And is it going to break down, or is that 20 SMA, is it going to break down off the 8 EMA, or is the 20 SMA going to push it all up? And that's more or less how I use it. It was just how it was kind of taught to me, made sense, and I've kind of held on to it since, and it's worked well for me. If you guys ever, Steve loves the 10 SMA, he calls it the momentum line, the fast line, and I tried to use it for a while and it worked for me sometimes, but for some reason, this just kind of caught me better. It just seems to work better for me, and it becomes one of those things. What works better for you? And nobody can tell you that. That's trial and error. It's sitting here, putting up those different indicators, trying one week, trying one the next week. And it goes back to, trying to put that together. And like I said, your trading plan is your business plan. You gotta have a business plan to make a successful business. Nobody opened a restaurant and just said, "Hey, I'm gonna sell tacos," and was successful. They had a business plan behind those tacos. You know, that's how it works with trading. Nobody just says, obviously the base of it, for opening a restaurant. Well, I'm gonna sell food and beverages to make money. Okay, well, how are you gonna do it? The basis of a trading plan. Well, I'm gonna buy low and sell high. Well, how are you gonna do it? That's what that comes to. So, and I know it's kind of a bugaboo that we don't have an EMA filter. And believe me, if you guys think you've been after them for it, I was after them for it when I was not working for Trade Ideas. And you better believe that while I'm inside, I'm constantly pounding the table for it. But it's just not an easy indicator for us to get a filter for. To get the data for and then filter it properly. There's math that goes behind it that doesn't always want to cooperate with however that stuff works on the inside for those developers. So I, like to believe that when we have an EMA filter, it'll enhance my trading more. It may not. I don't know, but I want it like anybody else. So if that makes any sense, as I ramble on, you're stuck with me rambling till Barry comes back. Let's see. Let's go into my cloud, see if there's anything fun in there. I was trying to clean it out this morning. I have a lot of links that don't work in here from a previous account that I had. I had to switch accounts when I made the change from being a client to an employee. And I lost a lot of the old links that I had from my old account. Stuff that, from before Barry had made that switch to the newer trading room a few years ago. The old trading room, a lot of traders that were good that have come and gone through those rooms that aren't around anymore, unfortunately. Let's see. Now, speaking of trying to find some of these. So I know everybody likes crosses. This was something. Nope, that's not it. I was trying to create my own alert windows for crosses, but without actually using the crosses that are inside of Trade Ideas, those alerts. When do you generally make your entries for swing trading? I like to make my entries before 11 in the morning or after 3 p.m. Eastern Time. I find that there's a sleepy time in the middle, a lot of head fakes, a lot of nonsense that goes on, and spoofing. At least for me, it's just my point of view. So I try to stick to that, like 11:30 at the latest in the morning, Eastern my time. And if I'm gonna come back into it 2:30 in the afternoon at the earliest, those in between times, I just find so many times I enter something in between noon and 2 o'clock, only thinking, oh, we got a breakout moment, only for it to be a head fake on me, and it just never seems to work out for me. So just the kind of the way it's gone for me, more or less. Let's see. Trying to find one of these windows here that I'd worked on way back when. What kind of scanner is best for stocks before market open? Done my research. Many of them I don't know what to do or use. What kind of scanner is best for it? Well, first off, are you looking for lower float stuff or higher float stuff? So I'd start there, number one. And then number two, are you sheerly looking for things that have gapped massive or gapped with volume? I would say that Um, I would say that you want to look for things that have some liquidity in the morning. So, go with how many, volume today for the filter. I would use this filter, configure, search volume, not column volume. So this volume today filter with shares, I'd put that in there. And then, depending on what time in the pre-market you're looking at, stick something in there that says, hey, there's some interest in it. Whether that's 10,000 shares traded or 50,000 shares or 100,000 shares traded. So here, you know what? I got a window that you might like. I think, you got to keep in mind with this window, I'll open it, we'll go over it, and I'll share it. I call it low floaters on the move. So here, this is what I used to use. I don't really look at almost anything in the pre-market, to be honest, anymore. I just don't care about the pre-market hardly at all. And if I'm looking at anything in the pre-market, it's already on a predefined list of stocks that I'm looking at, and sometimes I'm trying to get a low ball fill. And I don't care about the volume. That's irrelevant to me in the pre-market for these because I already have a predefined set or predefined strategy on what I'm looking at. So but essentially this is going to look at stocks that the price is above 25 cents. It's traded at least 10,000 shares today and the float's below 50 million. That's what I used to use when I was trying to do pre-market trading. The problem is 10,000 shares at 7 a.m. in the morning Eastern is different than 10,000 shares at 8 in the morning Eastern. So if something's only traded, 10,000 shares at 8:30 in the morning, it might not be very liquid once the market opens versus 10,000 at 7 in the morning. But this will, it'll give you a guide. And then from there, you kind of got to use your eye and look at how many shares are traded. And if that looks like it's going to be something that's going to interest you. So it's a very simple scan. But I'll share it out here with you. Do this file, load from cloud, low float movers, share, copy, paste. So that's what I used to use. It's simple, but the idea I think behind anything pre-market is you want to see it moving, obviously, and then from there you want to know that there's liquidity in it. Something could gap 5,000% in the morning, but if 5 shares are traded in it, there's no market in it, there's no liquidity in it, there's no interest in it. Not going to make a whole big difference on anything. So that's low float, and again, volume is relative to what you're looking at, more or less. VCNX moon time, is it? Let's take a look. Yes, it is. Percent wise, 16% on the day though. Pharmaceutical, of course. Look at the daily chart on it. Yeah, coming into some big resistance there. So made its run right up into this level there. I would call it some resistance, but yeah, nice percent move there off of this curl up here. And again, for me, for whatever reason, the 8 EMA seems to always kind of be there for me. And look at that curling up off the 8 EMA. And when I talk about that momentum, you can see that spread that started to happen. You can see how thin the spread was here. And as that spread widened, that price came off and exploding there. Oh, you're welcome, Ernesto. My swings, I use a combination of what the price action of the stock and the market are doing, and also earnings. I'm not gonna, if anything's got earnings coming, I'm getting out before earnings day. And then like I said, if the market being choppy the way it is, if things are flopping around, I'm getting out. So like I'm only in 3 things right now. One is more of I'm gonna kind of hold because it's a very small price stock, and if it goes to zero, I can live with that. But right now, this ERJ I'm in, so like just to give you an example, I'm in it from yesterday, just before the 10 break on it, and I'm watching this the 8 EMA here, and it's breaking down off that 8 EMA. The SPY isn't really doing very much right now. It's an NYSE traded stock, so I don't really have to worry about the Nasdaq making much of an effect on it. And so I'm watching this here, and that the bottom of that wick, if we continue to show weakness here, it'll get me out. So um, if this thing were to get back into the high 30s, and if it were just hover there for the day, I'll leave it in for the weekend. It doesn't have any earnings right away. March 19th is the earnings. So that's how I'm looking at that. But you can see, it's fighting right here. If it looks like it's going to lose that fight to me, I'm going to get out of it. And, not a really big winner for me. I'll probably end up with, 30 cents on it because I entered at 9.89, I think I got it at. And then the same concept here for CYH. I actually entered it today. I got it. You can see here in the Brokerage Plus, it tells me I got it at 10.23. I sold some here, so I don't have much of it left. But the same kind of concept. NYSE traded stock. It's fighting around this EMA here. Market's kind of wah wah. So that's how I will volume a big dictator. Yes and no. So as I talked about before, me not entering stocks later in the day, you can see right here, 10:30. Look at the volume just come right off the ledge right there. No volume whatsoever. So I'm not going to let volume dictate overly what it's doing right now, as long as it's going to hover in this area right now. But the other thing I want to look at with the volume thing, again, this becomes putting the package together. Is it volume that shows accumulation or volume that shows people are shedding the stock? You can see here, buy, 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 buy. And then the selling is kind of down. So you can see all these buy candles tell me there's more accumulation going on as far as a 15-minute chart goes. So, again, it's looking at, being able to look at all these factors in your brain, processing them all at once, and what factors matter most to you, more or less. And, for anybody that's, early in their trading career, let's say, and I've been live trading since August of 2017. So I still consider myself very, very new. I got my butt kicked from August of 2017 till about August of 2019. And then for some reason, after 2 years, the light switched and I went from probably consistently losing to consistently breaking even. And then a few months later, it kind of just I turned the page and started having more winners than losers. And I found my next step that I had a tough time with and still struggle with, is managing my winners. That's where I've had my biggest struggle. So I tend to exit things a little bit early because I don't like letting things go from winning to losing. It's a really terrible feeling. And while watching my winners continue to pull away after I've closed them stinks, it's even worse watching my winners turn into losers and stay losers. And it really, it completely changes the dynamic of the trade that I was in. So, it's a process. It's all a process like anything else. Interesting here. We might have a 15-minute RBI forming on the SPY. See what that does. And we can also see here, again, going back to what I like to look at, we've now had some separation between the 2-day anchored VWAP there, the 8 EMA, the 20 SMA continues to decline here, and the 8 EMA is on deck to cross it. Again, we're in the middle of the day. Look at that declining volume, so, take everything for what it's worth. But this is what I'm looking at. This is what matters to me and what I'm doing right now and what I'm holding on to. So got my price alert set below. That keeps alerting me if these things break down. And I've got the orders set to go if they break down to get out. So one of the things that I was mentioning before is I tried to come up with some scans to try to find that 820 cross on my own without using any crosses, and this was a scan. Let me bring it over here. I was trying to do it on here. Let me hide unused. I don't put in hard stops because I have enough discipline to execute that stop on my own. If you don't have enough discipline, be honest with yourself. If you can't be honest with yourself, then you might want to reconsider trading altogether. But I don't put stops in general unless, for example, I'm leaving the apartment to go pick up the kid from school or something like that. Um, that's the only way that I really put stops in. Only because, especially early in the morning, they will, I say they, the market makers or whoever, and I'm not a conspiracy theory kind of guy at all, but you can look at charts and you can see things, these tails and these wicks that happen early in the morning that there's just, there's no human being that could do it. It would take a coordinated sell from or short from, a dozen trading rooms put together to get some of these things to do it like that. So it is what it is. These people, Citadel, BlackRock, whoever that's out there, 4D chess game. They can see where all your orders are, and if they can see a certain stock is being held largely with a ton of sell orders that are all in, they're going to do their darndest to try to get you out and bring that right back up at that price that they got you out at and make their money that way. So I have the discipline. I knock on wood when I say this, but in general, I've always had the discipline to get out. Um, Within the last probably say 2.5, 3 years, when that stop was when I approached the stop level that I just dictated for myself. So I try not to leave them in if I can. That's my 2 cents there, John. So I'll bring this back up here. Got a few minutes before Barry comes back in. So I tried to use consolidation more or less in this window to find things crossing on the MAs through an RSI thing in there. I think this was when I'd been working on it, but it didn't work out well. But so I used a change in 30-minute filter and trying to find things that were, had less than a 1% change. Also, stocks that weren't overly volatile on the day, the volatility filter that I put in there. And then, some want to make sure things are liquid, that they traded, 150,000 shares on the day. So this was something that I used for a while, and it was like mixed results. It seemed like one set of days it was giving me great results, and the next set of days it was giving me really terrible results, to be honest with you. So these are the ways you could play with the filters, an unlimited amount of ways. Combine these things and test them. And the back tester isn't always your greatest indication of testing. Sometimes build a couple of alert windows, let them run for a day, then go back when the day is done, go through the alerts and see what they look like over those days and see where, you may be able to tweak some of those things and how they relate to what you're looking at on the charts and things like that. That's kind of been my bread and butter more or less for back testing without the back tester. I mean, not that I don't use it, but it's just another way, trial and error. There's no better way than trial and error. Yeah, of course, John. If anybody wants to play around with this window, like I said, there's nothing special about this window, but I'll share it just for fun, and you're welcome to go at it. What is it called? 30 minutes. Let's use this one. We're going to give you a 30-minute consolidation one. Like I said, I've given me some stuff that was okay in the past. It was more for day trading, I found, than anything swing wise. We got that VCNX is going boom. Take a look here. There you go. Broke that $4 level. 440 might be that next level of resistance for you. So here we go. And we continue to see that weakness here. We can also see the SPY. It's fighting here. That 20 SMA got a hold of it, pressing it down. Other questions anybody has? Hopefully some of what I'm saying makes sense. I know we didn't talk a whole lot about scans, more trader mentality and things like that. But again, it's a package, putting the whole package together. Scans are one part of it. You're the other part. Let's see. looking through this 30-minute consolidation. I didn't realize I have it here in the support actually. My support link. Nah, that was, let's see, 1504. Not a bad alert from that. GN flopping around at resistance. 82. Rejected. Hi, Chris. Regarding stops, what do you use over the weekend of holding a stock? Nothing. I'm praying, I guess. There's not much you can do once the weekend's in. That's it. You're stuck till the open. So you better be in a position that you're comfortable enough. As far as that goes, Tony. That's why if I'm going to let my own set of rules here dictate what I'm doing. So, for example, ERJ, I'm already on the fence about getting out of it right now. But if ERJ, let's just say it held this spot the whole day here, right into the close, I'm closing this position on the close. While it held the gap, I don't like that wick that's up top there. And again, I've been in a position recently where I know that I've had a bunch of winners turn to losers on me recently. And so to break that theme, I'm just going to take my ball and go home. Same concept with this here. And these are 2 of 3 positions I'm holding. The other position I'm probably just holding no matter what right now. So CYJ, I'm sitting pretty decent in it. But, if I scroll back on a daily here, we can see that, it struggled right here at this line when it got up there today. And so unless we close near that line today, I'm closing that out at the end of the day too, if I don't close it out before. Twice the attendance church pew, yeah. Yeah, Seal. I'm now kicking myself in the tail for deleting my price alert on that earlier, but I was busy with some other stuff going on in support, and it was distracting me, from managing the positions that I'm in, and you're gonna miss trades all the time. The key is not to let the missed trades get you. You gotta have a real short memory when it comes to the winners and losers in this. And you have those big winners, you congratulate yourself, you walk away, and you forget about it right away. And you have those big losers, and you kick them to the side, and you just say, well, whatever caused that big loser, you want to remember what caused it, but not let it dominate you. Make it kind of like that sports analogy again. If anybody's a baseball fan, think about. With the risk of getting shot here for saying it, but Mariano Rivera, one of the greatest baseball players of all time, how many saves did he blow in World Series, and how many did he have? He didn't let that dictate what went on in his career. He had the blown save, he walked away from it, and came right back and did exactly what his process told him to do the next day. All process. Sometimes we tweak that process as we go along, as we find that certain parts of that process consistently don't work. But if your process consistently works, let the process play out and let your edge play out in that process. So that's kind of, more or less, that trader mentality again. You're welcome, Tony. I always enjoy filling in for these here. I don't get to do them too often, probably a couple a month I get to do with these. I always take offense that usually there's 90 people in here when I start and usually 70 when I leave, so obviously 20 people don't find me very informative. I'm just kidding. I know everybody has different schedules and things they have to get to, so let's see, Barry here telling me he's ready unless he's going to make me stick around until his video's done at 1:15, so you guys might get stuck with me for an extra 15 minutes. Alright, you're stuck with me for an extra 15 minutes here. Well, there you go. I would say to you, David, turning those wrenches, might not be a bad idea to have a notepad or something out with you during the day. Write down some of these things here. That's what I used to do. Write down everything. Maybe one day I'll go back and say, "Well, that didn't make any sense. I didn't need to write it down," but you never know. Uh, Thank you, Michael. Appreciate the positive feedback. Know that I'm doing something right here, helping somebody. Um, what'd you take there, Mike C? Sun W. What'd that do today? You get that on the pullback. Now, see, I do like that chart actually. Decent volume traded today. Give my 2 cents on why I like this chart. So first off, this is something that I keep seeing coming through my evening scan. Whenever I see something, some kind of topic or area coming through my evening scan a lot, that's an area I want to pay attention to. And then I love this pattern here. And we came and we had a great run up. We pulled back though, and we found some good support here, and we start to make that U shape pulling up again. And so that's what I like right there on that. Um, Interesting point here. We get through that, and I think you're clear sailing back to this level here. That's my 2 cents fast. My 2 cents there, real quick. So, um, something that I always like to point out too is you can see here. Obviously, you're going to have a lot of people that bought that, and they were probably stuck bag holding. And when we had the bounce there, we're probably selling somewhere in here to say, well, I took a small loss on it instead. So you might have had a lot of those people, and that's what forced the price down here. Now, this is just my guess. Your guess being as good as mine, anybody, but this is my trader mentality looking at it. Force that price down here, and we found a base down here. And I would say that maybe a lot of that supply has been outlet and starts to become demand again coming back on that side. Hindsight will always be 2020 what actually happens, but I do like that chart, and I'm going to steal that from you, Mike C. I'm going on my like list. Yeah, LA comedy circuit. No, no, comedy is. I like to listen to it. I'm not sure I'm so great at comedy though. Kodak. Kodak is one of those tricky ones. I want to like it. Um, it's not an overly expensive stock, so I mean, it's not something that if you define a risk level that's quote unquote appropriate for you. Um, it shouldn't be something that beats you up too badly. Zoom kind of, but it comes back to again some of the supply issue. Look at that long wick up there. You got to wonder how many bag holders might be involved in it. And anytime you start to see a pop on it, it sells right off because you're going to have people that are bag holding all of that saying, oh God, please let the price get anywhere near so I don't take that huge of a loss. And so every time those people that are holding are selling in that area. So at what point does all that overhead supply get let out and then demand catches up with that supply to bring you back up? I mean, the problem with Kodak is it's very speculative. So it's not just about a chart pattern on it at this point anymore. I have no idea, is anything that they're doing in it going to matter as far as, all this pharmaceutical news and things like that. And then, I do not like to discuss politics whatsoever, but you can't ignore the fact that obviously the last administration was the one that gave them whatever that they could do to become a transfer to a pharmaceutical company or whatever. And obviously the administration that's there now and the previous administration don't see eye to eye with a lot of things. So, my guess is as good as anybody's. Do they just leave it alone and let them make the transfer like they're doing? Is the transfer anything even real? So that's the unfortunate thing with Kodak because, I mean, it would be nice for us to be able to have more pharmaceutical companies doing things here within the country for our pharmaceuticals. I think I don't think anybody would disagree with that instead of outsourcing it to other places. But that's where that kind of speculative part comes in, and sometimes speculation and the chart work at the same time. They can equal a big boom one way or the other. Um, that would be my thoughts on Kodak. I'm not putting money into it. I've considered it a few times, but I just don't have it in me to do it. I don't have the stomach for it. And like you said, it's been basing around for a long time, and it doesn't have any real dynamic moves recently that make me want to get into it. So it goes back to if you were here earlier and I was talking about, sure, you could have things that are in an uptrend, but if that uptrend is 4 cents a day, for 3 weeks, you've put all that money into a stock and you're sitting there holding it and you're not really getting a return because, same thing, time is money. And while that money is in that one stock, it might be preventing you from entering a different stock. Yeah, bag holders big time. Exactly, John. So let's see. Jason's hindsight 2020. Look back on things better or worse than they actually were when we make choice and knowledge. No, that's exactly it, Jason. You know what I mean? Hindsight isn't always 2020. It plays a role. That's all. It has its role. It has its moment. Has its merit, but it shouldn't dictate anything. It goes with not living in the past, having that short-term memory in a sense for certain things. So let's see here. Get rid of some of those drawings. And, one of the reasons I also don't get real active during the day is I have a short list of things that I'm looking at. The only other scan, this is a layout that I created for doing support here with you guys. But the only other scan that I've been looking at actually during the day besides my liked list here is Barry's, that option window that Barry has that he's been using, unusually high option, moving higher, unusually high options volume or something like that, I think he calls it. It's had some really great winners in it recently that have had me considering some more day trading recently. But I have a defined list that I'm looking at every day, and if something isn't catching my eye from my list, that's it. I'm not trading. I'm just watching it again. I'm not trying to force anything and trying to rush anything. I used to have a big issue with I'd have 20 different alert windows open, and I was like a dog chasing his tail with all the bells going off and alerts flashing and things like that. And it's like, how do you narrow all that stuff down when you're looking at all those things? So I decided, how do I narrow it down? I go through at the end of every day. I find stocks that interest me going into the next day. I have them on a list, and hopefully they do some stuff to get me into them. And if they don't, oh well. Oh, CYH. Doing me well here. So we're headed back up to that line that I drew. That line is not coincidence. So we'll see what happens here. I won't appreciate a fail of that line again. That'll have me even more skeptical holding on. But again, being a trader, right, I've kind of I defined my risk levels early in this trade, what I was going to do. And boom, nice pop there for me. And we can see again that momentum. We had that spread come, then the spread closed down, and here's the spread widening again. And not only is the spread widening, what did the price do with that spread widening? On top of that, I discussed that declining volume. Then what happened? Up volume on the buy, up volume on the buy, down volume on the sell, up volume on the buy, up volume on the buy. I don't. It's not an unusual volumes watch list. It's an alert window. It's moving higher. Here, let me find it. I forget what it's called. Oops, get rid of that. He actually made a change in it. He told me too. So moving. So it's this window here, moving higher with unusually strong options volume. And this has produced some really good winners. In fact, it produced SEEL today, but you had to stick around for it, It shows it at 589 here. Wow, I'm really kicking myself here. Oh well. All right, Barry's going to start streaming now. I'm going to quickly share this here into that window, and I guess I'm out. So hopefully he didn't kick me yet. Copy. Paste. And that's it for me, guys. Thank you. I hope that was informative. I will catch you guys all in the support chat or on the next one of these I do. Take care, everybody. Bye-bye.
Just give me a moment, please. Just want to, gotta find something on my other monitor. MJ, let's take a look. Let's take a look at the ETF. Yeah, a little bit of a pop for the ETF on the 5 minute and all these time frames. Yes. Okay, now I'm interested in clips. The relative volume is not huge, but now I'm more interested in the clips. CLPS. Challenge that 5 level. So I get it now. I mean, it looks like there's some support around 470 maybe, but maybe on the 5 minutes. So I don't know how much room it's got really. Maybe that's an issue too. It's a big drop now for Seal. That's a big drop. From 589 down to 527 and going lower. And so hopefully you guys took lots of profit out of that one. Not like me. So guys, I don't know if you can hear me on YouTube right now. If it has Chris vacated? Oh, okay. I'm back, Aja. Thank you. Okay. All right, guys. So we're just talking about Seal, and finally it had its big fall. Big fall. Look at this. I mean, up at 587. This was not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. And that's almost a dollar drop, just like that. Well, somebody said that New York State might be legalizing it. Is that correct? I think somebody mentioned that. And that is New York legislation working on the weed bill this weekend. So I guess that can be a reason. I hear New York has a lot of people. Now this one had a nice reversal. Wish, look at the bottom here. For Wish, 1750, about $1.33. Oh, I'm sure at Patek, yeah, they would have to be. But this, look at this, 233,000, and this one probably is, yeah. So this one is definitely the more active. All right, guys, give me one moment. I'll be right back. So I like that move with that relative volume, the NPTN. I definitely like that move from your scan reel. Again, I just think I'm just really toying with the idea of putting a relative. I mean, listen, this clips may move, but the relative volume is so low. Also, look at that float. But it may move. It may be that these moves take longer. That's all with that low relative volume. This is a scan that he put in yesterday. I haven't modified it, so I can share it with you unless Rio wants to do it. Okay. Basically, looking to short tops. You mean there are other filters? Well, that's the general premise behind it. And I think I read yesterday, Real, that you on the flip version it didn't seem to work as well. Trying to, you said it just didn't work as well. Is that correct? So finding bounces. I've always liked shorting tops more than bounces. I don't know why. Just in general. Flip version is worthless. Okay, there you go. So what I'm talking about doing potentially is just taking, there's the relative volume, okay? And maybe upping this, well, there's not even a filter on there. This is just a column showing what the relative volume is. Maybe putting it at least one, number one, so I don't see some of these other ones. I just found a little too many alert. For me, Real, I can't chart them all. You know, I know you've got about 30. You've got about 30 thumbnail charts or 40 on your monitor. I just don't. I just can't do that. Not with everything I'm doing. So, you know, if I found 15 alerts a day from that, I'd be happy. You know, sort of like what I find with my options. I do have other stuff to do. I know. Yeah, Chris is myself. You know, if you, I don't know if he went over his. I think somebody asked him about how he started as a trader. I don't know if he actually answered the question, but yeah, it's an interesting story. All right, this is a gap down in reverse. So, you know, marijuana stock, stock right here, APHA, starting to move. And open continues. Again, this is almost at yesterday's high. Well, yesterday's high was what, 27.21. So it's about 50 cents away. So I guess that's not quite almost. And Vuzi continues. Did it a little bit of a pullback here for VUZI, but now well above yesterday's high, well above it. Over a dollar above yesterday's high, maybe starting to. What is tech doing? What are the Qs doing right now? I haven't even really looked at the overall market for a while. So Dow is up, SPY is down a little, and the Qs are obviously moving, yeah, chopping around a little bit here. It's possible I've turned it off, or did I do something here? I did not get an autofill on it. 15 cents, okay. But one other, I see. There's one other aspect I have to do. Yeah, it's simulated. No, I did not get an autofill on CYH. And if you're going to ask me why, I don't know. I honestly don't know. I see it here. Yeah, 4 minutes. Now, the only thing I can think of. Yeah, why would it say closed and total? It's almost like it got in and out. Yeah, not really though. It's not in the order section at all. Well, the autofill requirements, I mean, okay. All right. Okay, Clips, are you ready? Are you ready? Well, okay. It'll fill. So the alert happened. This is what was supposed to happen. Why it hasn't happened. The only thing I can think of, 11:06. Let me see. No, that wouldn't be the reason. So what's supposed to happen is, let me make sure of this. 11:06. It should take the trade if it even got up to 11:21 because I have a 15 cent offset. Now, obviously, it did not get even close to that. So it should have taken the trade. Yeah, it should have taken the trade. I don't know why. Strategy's on. Edit the trading strategy. Entry time. Okay, 3:02. That's not the reason. I want to get rid of that. Order details. It's good for 5 minutes, so that's not an issue. 15 cent offset. Don't have anything there. Whole time I have nothing. So I have no idea why I didn't take the trade. Ah. Ah. I know why. Aha! There's always a reason. So I had put 10 entry orders here. That was the 11th. Okay? That was the 11th. So I sort of capped it off at, for whatever reason. There's no real reason for it. I just capped it off at 10 entries. So if you look, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. That's why I didn't take it. I'll up it. Maybe it'll take it. No, no, no. After that, that's not for the stock. That is total entries. Total entries. Okay, good. Well, at least there was a reason. Generally, you're right, the dreamer. Generally, you're right. There is always a reason. Okay, good. So, so we've got that cleared up, Sam. NPA, let me see. NPA, shorts available, and the answer is yes. A lot of shares, actually, 1 million. Boy, this just doesn't want to really fall here. So it did get below that fib level you were talking about, real, I guess. But let's see if it just moves back down again, like that. So, Mike, did that? I tried to answer your question. Did that make sense? You'll never get, when you get an alert, even if you're auto trading, let's just say you were auto trading this one, CRCH, and the alert happened at 318. Very rarely will you get it won't, because typically you get filled at the ask, right? Not at the bid. So the best usually you'll ever get filled will be 319, if the spread happens to be a penny. And that's, nothing you can do about that. IPO expiry? No, I don't know what you mean by expiry data. A data point. What do you mean by that exactly, Calvin? You mean when they're able to sell shares? Oh, okay, yeah, no. It's interesting. I mean, you can, if you're in an IPO, I mean, you can easily find that information out. I mean, typically it is a six months. You know what? You would think that the minute that insiders can sell, you would think, wow, that's it. The stock's going to crash that day. Check it out. No, well, you can't backtest it then. Not like that. Well, if it hits, it buys the stock, assuming that it doesn't fall outside of your limit offset. Again, your limit offset is how far outside. You get an alert at 1943. What if the best you can do, even on auto trading, the stock is at 1946, 3 cents, 3 cents above the price that you get the alert at? Are you willing to take the trade there? Yeah, Calvin, almost 100% for sure it's never going to happen. Okay. I wouldn't even want to say, well, put in a request. You can put in a request, but so yeah. So getting back to my point, so yeah, if you have a limit offset that is at least 5, 6, 10 cents away, more than likely you'll get a fill. Now, of course, it'll depend on the price of the stock too. If you try to put a 10-cent offset on a $3 stock, more than likely you'll always get a fill. But if you're trying to trade Apple, you may not get a fill with a 10-cent offset. You'll have to. I mean, you can try a nickel, you can try a dime. I mean, I have 15 cents. Rarely does it go that high. I just put it in there because remember, I'm using it in the simulation mode. Rarely anything that I'm looking in the option plays is it that so fast moving that I would not get a fill probably within 5 cents. But you know what? Experiment. If you're finding you're not getting a lot of fills and you get upset about it, then up the offset. If you're upping the offset and you're getting fills that you don't want, lower it. There's no right or wrong. But I guarantee that I think the default is 2 cents for most of these. No, okay. Well, I think when you first start out, it says 2 cents. Yeah, absolutely. Well, you can, yeah, with the auto trade, then you have to create your strategy. Now, if you're going to use the AI, then the stop loss will be, where this will be the stop. It'll always obey that stop right there. If you're going to do your own strategy, then you have to do something like risk management and have a stop loss. And if it's a filter, this is where it gets difficult. Stop losses are not easy. But we have a ton of them here. I can't tell you which one to use. Well, if you're going to auto trade the AI, again, you've heard me say this a few times probably. First of all, even if you're going to just do the entries, then use it in the simulator. Try it in the simulator first. And then what I would do, if you put it in this mode here, put it in moderate. Okay, if you put it in moderate, then basically you can manage the exits on your own. Conservative will get you out exactly when the AI wants to get out. Moderate will allow you within reason, because if it hits a stop, which you should get out anyway, then it'll take you out. So what I would do if you want to manage the exits on your own is put it in moderate. Because moderate, you'll be in the trade to the end of until you exit, unless the stop gets hit. Today there's only one stop that got hit. I don't know if there's I mean, it's easy. Obviously, Calvin, it's easy enough to create your own. That's what I would do. Okay, because how long are you going to? How long is it going to be an IPO for you? In other words, I mean, okay, it has an IPO today. How long do you want to keep tracking it? So this is what I would do. All right. Well, this is a little bit of work, but I mean, so here is the you've got this, I'm sure, right? You've got the. If you don't, I'll just give it to you again. But I'm sure you must have something like this. So here are all the IPOs. So you could just literally, here are the symbols. You could put them into a symbol list. Now, let's just see. Like a lot of time, the details about lockup date, etc., might even be here. You're not new. You can't keep saying you're new. I'm surprised the lockup date is not here. Here we go. Oh, only available to subscribers. Okay. So there you go. So if you want to be really official, if you want to be really official to know when the lockup expires are, you'd have to subscribe to this. I don't know how much it is, but if it's worth that, if it's worth it to you, I mean, it can't be that expensive. So consequently, we would not have that data either unless we paid for it. Whoa, guys, Ride is right. Wow, look at this. Ride just is on a move here. Look at the volume that just came into Ride. Look at this Ride. This was an option play earlier, but the option play, the option scanner 1511, and it dropped down all the way down here. But that's what I'm saying. Now, this could be interesting, really interesting. I think I'm too late. I'm too late to get in it because I don't trust that it's going to, start to really fill this void. But I just think I'm too late. Famous last words when it hits 16. And must be some news or something coming in. Again, the short seller are really all over these guys, and I know they put a refutation out today. Well, that happened earlier, so. Well, I mean, you saw it right here. I mean, on the options play. Okay, we're not going to know that this is happening ahead of time. Okay, we're not going to know this. But I mean, there's no way of knowing that. But if you had this thumbnail, I mean, there was the original alert at 1511. All of a sudden when this started happening, no guarantee it was going to keep going. But put an alert at the 1511 again. At least you'll catch a lot of that move. The other thing, I mean, you can do, but you may introduce a lot of alerts that you don't want to. New 5-minute highs on volume. Because you can't do a new high of the day because you could, but it would have waited till 1517. So, but you might want to, there's a new 5-minute high. If you're talking about this one, this is the unusually strong options. Moving higher with unusually strong options. Just go to my home page and go to the scan section. That's the one. I mean, my favorite scan by far. So just go to my home page. Right here, home page. Click on it. Scan section right here. Click here. Moving higher with unusually strong options. But that was very fast. I mean, very fast. Remember now, I mean, this is being all dumped all over by Hindenburg. So, eyes. Okay, I'd love to see this one. Look at the volume. Yeah, good volume that came in too. Great volume. Look at that. It's almost a third of the volume, or a quarter of the volume today in this bar right here. Okay, so right here, can you not see my screen? So up here, all the tabs are up here. You might have to scroll up or something. Wish I could see exactly what you guys see, but scroll up, maybe up, and here's my tab, Barry's home page. You're in tech support, so you found that one. So here's the home page. Okay, good. I know you want to short this one, real eyes. It is on your scan. What's the high of yesterday or 2 days ago? $13.57. So what did it get to? $13.40. See how it's wow? It just almost stalled right at the high of 2 days ago. Who is we, Merkel? And Merkel, who is we? Oh, I see. Goods. Goods is. I see. Goods. I don't know. Let's see what he. I don't know. You have to ask him. Maybe coming off the bottom here. Hi, Goods, by the way. Okay, sorry. Tapping on the desk. Somebody told me not to do that. All right, Clips, are you ready? Look at Aveo, guys. AVEO. AVEO is on the move here. It's been on the move for a while, but it's a little nice little break over 12 right now. On a flatter one, okay. Flatter on the 5 minute. Oh, on the 2 minute. Sort of, yeah, I see that. Well, I don't know if you're kidding or not, but obviously I'm clicking on my mouse all day long, so. The NTX, somebody asked about it. It's been consolidating for a while. Yeah, hey, listen, anything's possible. I mean, this reminds me of eyes. Remember, take a look at eyes. This is what I didn't like about it. Look at these topping tails on the 2 successive days. Okay, again with the topping tails. Again, the buyers had it all the way up here. The sellers closed it here. Buyers have it here. Sellers close it here. So look at this. What was the one you were just asking me about? Oh, you're kidding. Okay, I wasn't sure if you're kidding or not, because obviously nothing, nothing I could do about that. So look at ENTX. I mean, there's a huge topping tail yesterday. Buyers or the sellers really knocked it down. Same thing today. I mean, it's just not, it doesn't give you a lot of confidence in taking a trade. For me, anyway. Oh, I see why you watched, why you wanted to know about NPA. Well, I didn't get it, unfortunately. I was talking about this AVEO, but this is a nice move right now. I think I mentioned it right around here on that 12 break, so 42 cents. And where it goes, let's see. I mean, just wondering if there is any. I see. What time is this? 12:58. Right here. Okay, so there's a little. With FDA approval in place, Avio could be worth $27, says analyst. I don't know who that analyst is. It's Wainwright. Okay, so this is Wainwright talking about this is what this is. You know, this is that news that happened. That just came out. Well, I'm just looking at my IB headlines. That came out in my IB headlines at 12:58. So that is the reason, I guess, for AVEO having a little bit of a spike. But you know, you've got to take these things with, again, I use the term, a grain of salt. I mean, it's just because this guy thinks it could be $24 doesn't mean it's going to be. Yes, I was going to say that, real. You know, we can find a scan to give you anything you want, and just like real is saying, I can create a scan that would show you virtually anything that you want. The problem is that it could introduce a whole lot of other alerts that you don't want to see, and so how do you sift through them all? All right, guys, 154. Almost the end of another exciting week in the trading room and with trade ideas, etc. What's the market doing? Market's really not doing too much right now. Well, that little piece of news for AVEO definitely put a charge into it. Look at the volume coming in. This is an opinion of a guy. You mean the one that just? Oh, it's supposed to be Asif. I don't even know. I don't even see what they've got. What do they have? What picture did they use? Yeah, well, I was actually looking maybe to short this, but the minute I saw it wasn't shortable. Interactive brokers, I just didn't even care. But yeah, you're right. This clips is I don't know. I am in the short, right in this area, so I may just turf it. Boy, that AAVE. Oh man, oh man, what a move! What a move! A news move. Big volume. Look at that 15-minute volume coming in right there. All right, let me check these out, see if anything interesting happened from these alerts. Oh, look at that gray. Wow. So this is trying to come off the bottom here. I mean, I don't know if this is an IPO. This is probably an IPO, yes, based on the price. So this is an IPO, has not done well at all. That did not show up in your scan though, right, Real? EBON, EBON? I don't see it anyway. Okay, guys, some late bloomers here. Maybe not too much, not enough volume. Maybe AGS. Wow, look at AGS here. Look at AGS. A gap up, and go. And this is starting to. Ah. Okay. Well, it took the AVO. Nah, it's pretty extended though. You know, it's pretty extended. Oh, way earlier. Okay. Okay. I see it now at 10:30. Yes. Okay. Yeah, there's something going on here. Well, can I take out 13? Just waiting on a 13 break, maybe. What are you doing with these cheap ones? Yeah, there's Drive Shack. Yes, DS. Just showed up on your scan. So it's above the high of last month, which was, well, it's just at the high of last month right now, 298. It got me in automatically, yes. Because I upped it, remember, to 15 or something, so it did get me in automatically. Now, when you changed it, did you kind of? Well, I don't know. I don't. I have no explanation. I'm sorry, because that's all I did. $14 orders now. I even have this checked. It didn't matter because you don't have accidentally have it. Maybe you're not taking any orders after, I don't know, 2 o'clock or something. It's got to be a reason. Come on, clips, move. Yeah, there's no update. E-Trade is the next one, but I cannot tell you when. Okay, cannot tell you when it's going to happen. There's still like we have probably about 4 people at Trade Ideas that are testing it. They have E-Trade accounts, and so I just can't tell you, Calvin. I don't know. I mean, I would believe me. I'd love to say next week, but can't say it. Any particular reason why you can't get eSignal to work with E-Trade Pro? eSignal to work with E-Trade Pro. That's you know, I can't. You must be asking that as a general question then, because you know we've got nothing to do with eSignal or an E-Trade Pro like that. I don't know what you mean. Okay, so you must be not talking. Are you talking about what do you mean by E-Trade Pro and eSignal? I mean, I know eSignal is a charting program, but E-Trade Pro and eSignal have got nothing to do with us in terms of linking. This might be semantics. No, I know. So, but he wants to get eSignal to work with E-Trade Pro linking. That's got nothing to do with us. You too, Josh. Yeah, it is crazy, isn't it? The whole number. It is crazy. Well, it looks like I'm going to take a little loss on the clips, CLPS. Oh, I see. So you're talking about linking, you're not talking eSignal then. You're talking about linking trade ideas to E-Trade Pro. That's a question which I cannot answer. You may have to, just one moment, please. You might have to go to our tech. Bill is there. He's our expert. I don't know what he'll tell you exactly, but he's our expert on linking. You know, I don't have E-Trade Pro, so I can't help you. Just give me a moment here. I'll give you the homepage link. But let me see, William. Do you have what he's talking about? And obviously, if you do, you're able to link. Okay, you'll have to probably start a discussion on our homepage. Oh, I see. You don't link it. Oh, really? You want to type? Not your cup of tea. Okay. You're a guy who trades a lot. I'm surprised you do that. It's so easy. It does link with, there we go, with E-Trade Pro. Thank you. All right, guys. So yeah, so I took a little loss on the clips. Well, as the dreamer just above you says, it does link with E-Trade Pro. I mean, yeah, you know, linking can be a bit of a high of day. HOD is high of day, Ryzen, high of day. LOD, low of day. Yeah, flip the script on this. The script on this one, CLPS. I wish I had. What's the next high looking left? Is 546. So maybe that'll stall it. I don't know, Philippe, if it's a top list, you can't do it. I don't know. Is it an alert window? You can only auto trade alert windows, okay? If it's a top list, the jam down, I don't know. If it's an alert window, you can do anything you want. But is it a top list window or an alert window? Does it have an A in the top left-hand corner or a T? If it's a T, you can't auto trade top list windows. No, now you tell me. Boy, that's a big, big jump too. The relative volume is even starting to pick up. Well, if you look at it, the alert window, it's either going to be an A. I take it you don't have it then. You'll have to ask, yeah, just check if it's an alert window. It'll say like an A in the upper left-hand corner. In which case you can auto trade the entries, just like I'm auto trading the entries with my options scanner. Wow, QRHC, I don't think I've ever seen this one before. QRHC. It's a huge, it's actually an earnings play, March 11th, after hours. So it was an earnings play, had a big pop after hours yesterday. Now it's trying to move a bit. Well, there's no okay, target. Somebody asked what's the target. I don't put targets as such, but if you look, high in the pre-market was 13. It's not a target, but the high was 1387. 13. It's having a tough time getting through 13. Number one, but if you look left at the high in the pre-market, will that stop it? I don't know. Otherwise, this has a lot of room on the daily chart, obviously, but I'm not saying that's a target. Wow, look at CYH. I was just going to take this, but it's run away from me. I was looking to see what the next high looking left was, and it's right there. But it's gone past me. Shoot. Look at that move, guys. We had the original alert way back at 120, and it did nothing for the longest time. And then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, so this is what I'm talking about, at 1106, or that was the price. So at 120, so not quite an hour ago, we had the alert, but it really didn't do anything. And then all of a sudden, it just exploded on volume. And I tried to get it, but it blew right past where I wanted to get it. As they say, c'est la vie. That's what I say anyway. Did you really, Aja? Okay. C'est la vie, yes. Novice. All right, guys, I'm really watching AVEO right now again. I want to see if we can crack that 13 again. It did briefly, came right back down. Yeah, so they say. D2, so they say. Comic relief, perhaps, but yeah, look at ENTX. Somebody was watching that one earlier. No, see what it did? It did not pop, and it now is dropping. These are awful looking daily charts now. Or, again, what does this mean? At one point, the stock, it was up here at $10, and the sellers have just been knocking it down all day long, just like they did the day before. Exactly the same thing. Boy, this is maybe the second most day. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. We have 13 alerts from the options scanner. Again, this is, what is this? One of those Fridays, option expiry Friday, or whatever the heck it's called. So that might be the reason why we're getting more. Typically, we only get maybe 3 or 4 or 5. We had one day, maybe 3 weeks ago, we had maybe the same amount. But typically, that is a lot from that scanner. Next Friday is monthly, okay. Well, yeah, every Friday, you're right. We would be weekly. Not really, Asif, because the problem with intraday support, your idea of support might be somebody else, may not be the same as somebody else's. So it's very difficult to. I mean, we have swing exits as we call, but they're just 20-day lows. So the answer is no. Your idea of what you consider support might be completely different from somebody else's. It can be very subjective. Scan list from the home. Are you talking about from my, right here, my homepage? Okay, welcome by the way. Okay, so if you click on my scan section, right here, click here. And so here's the layout, okay? What you see on my screen that I'm sharing, this is the layout, okay? But this one, the moving higher with unusually strong options, that's on another monitor. I'm not going to share it. I mean, I'm not sharing it on the shared screen, but you can have access to it right here. Is that what you mean? Here are all the scans that I'm sharing, and including the moving higher with unusually strong options. Is that what you meant? Okay. Now, are you new to trade ideas? Okay, so I was going to give you the 20 lessons, but you're obviously you know how to create alert windows and top lists, etc. Okay. No, I'm not asking you, Greg. So this is my recommendation. Are you using the web-based version or our app, the app? Do you have a toolbar that looks like this? Okay, do this. Click on New from the toolbar. Click on New, and then AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. Okay, AI/Holly Trades window. This is what you'll see. That combines them all. Okay. Meanwhile, I completely missed this one. HPK, right in my wheelhouse. Yeah, under $20. The ones I love. Because I'm continuing to watch AVEO in case it breaks out over 13 one more time. Are you talking about these right there as an example, the Dreamer? You're talking about how bold this is now? Is that what you mean? Well, this has not been released yet, as far as I know. This is a beta version that will show it like this. Oh, I see. Oh, currently, oh, then I don't know. I couldn't tell you. I haven't even thought about that. Let's hope that it'll show up if you're in it, if you're in the stock. So it took a while, but there's certainly one good one from the AI for sure. 699, 750, nice 7.3%. I missed it completely. And it's exactly the type I like. Yeah, there's talk. I don't know how you're notified. I guess if you go to account, it'll show you. If you click on account every day, it'll show you whether there's a new version available. You guys are asking me all these questions that I don't have answers for because I never consider them. But I think that in the account, I think that if there's a new version, it'll. So what I would do is every day just click on account and see if it might say new version available. See, what happens with me is I'm always on a development version, and of course, our developers are always telling me and others there's a development version. Was it awful? Yeah, you're right. It's awful. 740, 784 right now. It is awful. Hard to trade that one for sure. Give me a moment here, guys. Some more SPACs started today. I've got to get them into our symbol list. Nonsensical to Okay, give me a moment here. Yeah, so this looks like a no-go unless this holds. Tools, options, upgrades. There you go. Okay. I think it also shows an account. I may be wrong, but I thought it also showed an account if you click on it. Ah, look at that clips. Man. I don't know, Greg. I honestly don't know. I mean, when I get, when I get my little email, internal email, it's telling me. I don't know what you guys see. I guess I should know, but you know what? If you really, really, really want to know, info at trade-ideas.com. Okay? Just ask, when we get it, when there's an upgrade, does it tell you what the changes are? There you go. So you go to the down. Okay, that's right. Price. So when you actually do the download, it'll show you the differences. So you're right. Because it'll take you to a download page, and then that's where it'll tell you what some of the differences are. See, I get a nice little email that outlines it all. If you're looking for feature requests, if you're looking to have something added, yeah, info at trade-ideas.com. Depending on what it is, though, I'm going to say it just like this: don't hold your breath. Okay, it depends what you're asking for, of course, but we've got so much going on. We only have so many developers. We get a lot of feature requests. I know it disappoints a lot of people when whatever they're looking for is not acted on. So when you say an intraday crossover, what do you mean by that? Crossover of what? But, you'll have to crossover of what? So we've got crossed above the open, crossed above the close, crossed above the 200, 50, 20. No, okay. We don't have EMAs at all, so sorry. But you can request it. Yeah, so the importance of having a stop, guys. I was short this one. I took about a nickel loss on it. But what if I said, it's going to turn around. 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 You know what I mean? I mean, look what it did last month. All the way up to 20. I remember that day. So the importance of a stop. And don't get, the word is, I am at a loss for the word I want. Not disobedient. Stubborn, that's the word I wanted. Yeah. Well, we are working on another, but it's been in the works for a long time. Michael Noss has been working on it. It's a prototype where you'll be able to literally do things with any EMA or SMA period that you want. But it is a prototype right now. When that'll get acted on, so I can tell you for sure that it is being worked on. But when you guys will have it, I don't know. All right. Maybe this is going to turn AVEO around a bit here. Let's see if we can get back up to 13-ish. No. Can't sort news at all. Okay. I'll just cut it off right there. You can't sort news at all. Man, oh man, some of these is, again, I should really be listening to my own advice. As a watch list, look at Funko. 11.17 was the alert. 17.18, we really didn't do much. In fact, there was the alert, it pulled back, but now look at it, 17.18, 17.70 right now as a watch list, okay? No, it can't do that, Greg, because every broker is different. Okay, every broker is different. I mean, in terms of the shorts that are available. And you know, if you try like, and even within interactive brokers, at certain times of the day, you'll find that shorts are available, and then all of a sudden they get snapped up, and then they're available again. So if you tried in sort of auto trade mode, and you try to do a short using, you know, it'll just get rejected. That's all. If there are no shorts available. But you know, we get that question a lot. You know, why don't you have a filter for shorts if they're available? Well, I think I've answered it. I mean, every broker is different. You'll hear me say, I have no shorts available at Interactive Brokers, and then somebody will pipe up and say, oh, I got them at my broker. And it could be vice versa. So you cannot have a a filter like that then. Well, just go to my homepage. Just go to my homepage and they're all there. You've been around for a while, Intel Trader. You know that, don't you? Go to my homepage, click on it, and in the scan section, right here, they're all there, including my layout that you see and everything else that I'm sharing. Okay, give me a moment, please. What time is it? 2:38. So this will be shutting down pretty soon. Just give me a moment here, please. All right, back. So I'm shutting the room down not 4, but at 3 p.m. And don't forget, everybody, clocks forward tomorrow night. If you're in North America, or in most provinces and states in North America, clocks going forward tomorrow night. Well, tomorrow night, Sunday morning, technically 2 a.m. Sunday morning, but I think most of us do it when we go to bed Saturday night. excellent, Frank. It was excellent. It was awesome to get out there. Okay, so Greg, it depends what you're trying to do. Is it because you've got multiple monitors? I mean, if you want to see all the windows, I mean, just click on Windows and Show All. You'll see every single window. But what are you trying to actually accomplish here? Do you have multiple monitors? Okay, so I think this is the answer to your, or this will solve whatever. I'm not sure what your question is exactly. I mean, if you want to see all your windows, then you click on Windows and Show All. Okay, that's number one. I'm not sure that that's what you want to be able to do though. So if this is what you want, I have three monitors myself. So you can these. This is this screen that I'm displaying to you guys. This is what I call my main monitor. I put my toolbar upper left-hand corner of my main monitor. That I've designated this one as my main monitor. I have other scans and top list windows on my other monitors. I put them exactly where I want them. Okay, and all my other monitors. Once I've done that, then I click on Tools, Options, and where it says Layouts, I check Open relative to main window. I check that, save it. And don't forget to save your work. Once you're done, when you shut down Trade Ideas, make sure you save your work so it remembers that you did that. Then, when you shut down Trade Ideas and you open Trade Ideas the next time, all your windows will be exactly where you want them to be on all your monitors. Okay? Get to my home page right here. Hopefully you can see this tab. It's called Barry's home page. You're on off topic right now. And hopefully you can see this tab called Barry's home page. Okay? And then once you click on that, you'll be brought to my home page, and this is the scan area. You can take out a subscription here with a promo code. Trade of the week. You can save my link so that you can take a look at all this later on. But the trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I've already done my recap, and here are all the scans that I'm sharing, including my layout right up here. And all the education links right here. The 20 lessons, the daily support sessions, all the way down here. Great, back to basics, very cool. If you're brand new to Trade Ideas, like literally, what is a stock? Okay, that takes you right from the beginning. No, that AVO was a mess. I was really hoping it would get back up, but this is just messy, messy, messy. So I'm just going to forget about it. Yeah, look at work WKHS. Look at this pop for WKHS. This was a gap. This is a gap down and reverse. It gap down, and now it's starting to move again. Look at WKHS coming into the. No, the 200 days far enough away. You know, again, got hammered when they lost that contract. Funko guys, FNKO is. I know they're challenging it. I know they are challenging that the fact that they lost that $6 billion contract. Boy, look at this straight up. Wow, on the 15. Look at this. You might want to watch DS, for a late day surge. What's the high right there? It's 298. It's right there. The next high looking left is 365. So, I mean, if this wants to keep going, this is from my option scan, didn't move yet. Wow, Funko on the move here. I mean, that was the next high looking left on the monthly chart was 1802. It's right there. Look, what a few months it's had. Basically a triple. Boy, this is just absolutely severe rippage. Boy, this Funko looks really interesting. If it keeps up over this level right there, it's pausing just a little bit. And look left, look at the room it's got. FNKO. I mean, I know it's probably top of a channel here and there, but sometimes these ones with strong momentum, they'll just keep going. But it is a chase. So I'm hoping it maybe just rests just a little bit here. Okay, thank you for that, Zach. Yeah, guys, I made a mistake here. Sorry, I should have been out of this when I took this one, and I should have been out of it. Let's see if it pops up again for me. What a pop that had, and I wasn't able to get out in this area that I wanted to. I made a mistake. And now I'm talking about the Funko. Well, I'm out for a little gain. I'll have to see if it pops again. I think on that note, guys, I'm going to close down the room. That was just a sort of lack of concentration on that one. Okay, so guys, it's been a great week. We'll do it all again starting Monday. Don't forget, daylight savings time starts Saturday night or Sunday morning, 2 o'clock, for most of us in North America. So have a great weekend, everybody, and let me just make sure I get the right day. Open Monday now, yes. Just have to put my announcement in when I close down this room. All right, guys. Yes, have a great weekend, and we'll see you Monday morning. Bye-bye.